Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the May 16th Planning Board meeting. We have Mr. Hewitt and Mr. Mahan are not here this evening. Bill, will you be willing to sit for Mr. Hewitt?
Yes.
So Bill Bowen will sit in as an alternate. I'd like to introduce Tony Coviello as our newest Planning Board member. And first item on the agenda is approval of our minutes from the 18th and the 25th.
Move to approve.
Second?
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Minutes are adopted. We have determinations of completeness, 3 items on here. If anybody has any questions about what this means, I'm happy to answer it, but otherwise, we can do them as a group or one at a time, as you prefer.
I'd say group.
Motion to approve accept as complete as a group?
Yes. Vote to determine that items A, B, and C are complete according to site plan review regulations and accept the applications for consideration.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Accepted. We have a request of Atlas Commons LLC as owner for property located at 581 Lafayette Road, requesting site plan review approval for 2 4-story additions to the existing building, total 72 residential units, with associated site improvements including lighting, utilities, landscaping, and stormwater treatment management, and a conditional use permit from section 10.5B72 for increased density, building height, and footprint. This property is on Assessor's Map 229, Lot 8B, and lies in the Gateway Corridor G1 District. Who is here to present this application?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Board. John Shagden from Haley Ward here to represent this project. With me tonight, Tracy Kozak, project architect, FX Bruton, counsel, Terrence Parker, landscape architect, and Mark McNabb, proponent. As you mentioned, this is tax map 228, lot 8B, 581 Lafayette Road, and the project is to add 72 residential units to the existing building with 2 building additions. The site currently contains 2 restaurants. We're also adding below-grade parking. It's a 98,124 square foot parcel at the corner of Lafayette Road and Ledgewood Road, formerly the Tuscan Restaurant and Marketplace. Most recently, it's the Tour and 581 Northeast Thai restaurants. Both of those have outdoor seating. The property is in the Gateway Neighborhood Mixed Use District G1. And our submission here, we contend that the plan meets the goals of the master plan as well as the housing policy mixed use criteria. Recently, the board approved a project on Lafayette Road in the vicinity, a little bit south of this, which we would suggest creates a bookend to this neighborhood. This plan will add 15 of the 72 units, or 20%, as 60% AMI workforce housing, and become a mixed-use building. The new basement parking level will be accessed from Ledgewood Drive, and in that lower level there will be 85 vehicle parking spaces, 8 bicycle spaces, 5 motorcycle spaces, and 6 scooter spaces. The first floor has first at-grade parking level below the upper floors, and that first floor level has 73 vehicle parking spaces, 74 bicycle spaces, 2 motorcycle spaces, and 20 outdoor spaces. That parking complies with current zoning. In the site proposal before you complies as allowed with relief that you can grant under the conditional use process. The conditional use density bonus incentives that we're asking for are for up to 36 units per building and an added story. As a part of this request, we're going to be asking to modify the public realm requirement to be on a separate lot in another zone, and other modifications as allowed in the Gateway CUP process. specifically for the special setback to Lafayette Road. Lafayette Road in the ordinance requires that buildings be placed between 70 and 90 feet from the center line of Lafayette Road, and the 90-foot setback from the center line does not even cross this property boundary. So we can't comply, but we're asking for a waiver. We're asking for 72 units where 36 are permitted. That's a density increase. We're asking for 7.6% community space where 10% is required, and a 42,434 square foot footprint where 24,000 is the maximum allowed. The project is proposing to create and supply 173 parking spaces where the ordinance requires 162. Portion of the existing paved area on the site and the parking, and some of the parking thereof, is located within the state highway right-of-way. That state highway section was reconstructed around 2011, and those spaces were shown as encroachments in that plan and redo. Plan you have before you and the supplemental submission shows the reconfiguring of this area to eliminate any encroachment into the state highway right-of-way. Where there were 30 spaces in a perpendicular fashion, we have redesigned that, and now there are 20 spaces in an angled fashion, but we have eliminated that encroachment. In the submission package that you have, the material before you, there's a trip generation memo that was reviewed by the Technical Advisory Committee. Information on drainage. We're mimicking the existing drainage patterns. There are surface drains that will be converted to the roof drains when we put the new structure over the paved area. We've added a jellyfish treatment system to the stormwater runoff treatment train. There is information on the density bonus and how the project will comply with the ability for you to grant the density bonus. With workforce housing, 15 units, and their units are identified in the architectural plans. The public realm improvements, and those improvements are going to connect the existing pedestrian network in Lafayette Road to the Portsmouth High School property. Currently, it has an existing cut-through use that is actually encroaching on abutting property. We're going to provide community space, and the community space in this application is going to be an outdoor dining cafe and a pocket park, and that is 7.6% of the lot area. The park spills over to the adjacent open space area, and you'll see later that we've proposed some landscaping of that area, which will seamlessly make the park bigger. I would submit the lot is not able to support other community spaces, but you'll see in the plans how we've made that work in spite of the request, or with the request. So we're asking for modifications of the standards for you to grant the conditional use permit. We would submit that the site plan and development proposal is in concert with the Portsmouth Master Plan by providing a mixed-use development and affordable housing, creating a neighborhood. Plans show quality architecture, public spaces, and connections. So we would submit that meets the intent of that section of the master plan. There were submission materials from May and April. We submitted originally, and then a supplemental submission on the 1st of May. And in that submission material, you would find the green building statement, the property deed, which included an easement for joint use parking with adjacent properties, the proposed workforce covenants, the proposed memorandum of understanding for the public realm improvements on the Portsmouth High School property, written waiver requests, the trip generation information, the bicycle network plan that shows how the path connects to the city's overall bicycle network plan and public bicycle improvements and pedestrian improvements, the jellyfish component calculation, and the lighting specs for the lighting that is proposed. Project received technical advisory committee approval on March 5th, and all the conditions were met. The staff memo of May 16th and the planning department approval recommendations are all acceptable to the applicant. So at this point, I'd like to go through the plans. First of all, the supplemental set should be first up, and the cover sheet shows the zoning, the project team, the site location, and the legend. The next plan is the existing conditions plan, and that shows the existing site features, including the pavement encroachment onto the Lafayette Road right-of-way. Next sheet is the demo plan, and that in the supplemental has been edited to show the removal of the encroachment in Lafayette Road right-of-way. The next slide is the site plan, and that shows the proposed angled parking spaces along Lafayette Road, 20 spaces now where 30 were previously existing. The building colorization is trying to highlight it's an interesting site development plan where you have parking under the building. So at the first floor level, the parking spaces are not shown here, but there are colored outlines for building above, no building above, and basement below. So that gives you the flavor of the building improvements. You see on the right-hand side off of Ledgewood Drive, the entrance ramp to the lower level parking. On the north and south, or it's actually north is to the right. So on the east and west side of the southerly end, there's access into first level parking. And then from the driveway that circles the site on the east side, you access parking in the addition that comes out on the east side of the building. The existing building is front right in this view. You can see the area that is existing outdoor dining for the 581 Northeast Thai restaurant on the left, and then the tour restaurant on the right or north side along the Ledgewood Drive side. The next slide shows the parking. It has the basement level and level 1 parking, and shows the tandem parking assignments. The next plan is a utility plan, and that was all reviewed and approved by Technical Advisory Committee. So I'd like to skip down to the original plan set at this point in time, and if we go to this plan here, thank you, Peter, that is the proposed easement plan. So you see there the area that is on the top or west side, that will be, and then along Ledgewood Drive, that's an area that the applicant will be maintaining the landscaping under a license from the city. So it's off-site landscaping that will be maintained by the applicant. And the design was done by Terrence Parker, and he'll be showing you that design a little bit later. And then on-site, the community space areas are shown. So there would be a community space easement created that would be dedicated to public use in perpetuity. The next plan I'd like to look at is C7, which is the open space plan. That just shows you the conforming open space. 20% of the lot area is open space, and that's highlighted in color on this plan. The next plan, C8, shows you the on-site community space. and the pocket park is the green, and the outdoor dining is the yellow. Next plan is the off-site landscape maintenance plan. So that highlights the area that the developer will maintain the landscaping off-site. The next plan, the next two are the public realm plans. So we're showing at the end of Ledgewood Drive, you see the traffic circle about the middle of the page, and then there are some sidewalk improvements in white that go down to a blue walkway that will go around the existing ball field, and if you go to the next plan, will end up after the ball field section, another concrete sidewalk for ADA access that will bring people to the high school. I'm going to ask you to go back to the landscape plans and turn it over to Terrence Parker to go over that, and then he's going to turn it over to Tracy Kozak for the architecture and parking plans. If you don't have any questions, I'll call Terrence up.
Any questions of John before the others?
Would this be the appropriate time to ask site questions?
We could do it now or later. It's up to you.
There may be others. Why don't you go through your presentation
Okay.
and we can...
Yep. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Terrence Parker, landscape architecture here. Landscape architect here. Thank you. Yeah, John went through the plans really well. The plan you're looking at now, there is a lot of landscape on this site. Every inch of the site is, from the building out to the street, even if it's off the property, is landscaped. The pocket park is immediately around the existing courtyard on the east side, which is the right side of the sheet. And then there's very large areas of landscape that are out by the Lafayette Road, including the bus stop in the upper right-hand corner. And there's also a heavy landscape edge on the east side, which is the bottom of the page here, to separate this property from the abutting apartment house. So that landscape is all columnar plant materials. It's a real mix of native plant materials, and there's some plant materials that are transplanted from the existing building that are going to be removed and transplanted to the east side to create that barrier. So that has a mix of evergreens and deciduous plants that are columnar, as I said. So that's a really nice edge. And then basically the pocket park is integral to this site, and that's the heavy landscaped area on the right side of the sheet, which is the north side. There's a curvilinear hedge there now with a fence. We removed the fence, and that fence goes immediately against the courtyard of the restaurant underneath at the column line where the pergola is. So all the space outside of that restaurant courtyard will be considered pocket park, and there'll be paths that meander through that garden, and then they come out to where the sidewalk is on the Ledgewood Road side, and there's a paved sitting area with benches under shade trees on the right side of that sheet. And as you go toward the bus stop, I don't know if you know the concept of tiny forests that are being developed around the world, but this is my version of a tiny forest near that bus stop. It's got mature native trees and ground covers. And then along the Lafayette Boulevard, there'll be planting. Is there another page that shows the planting? Yeah, right there. That's the whole sheet. So that planting goes from the edge of the parking lot all the way over to the sidewalk that parallels Lafayette, and that's a lot of city land. So there's a good portion of this greenscape is on city land. So there's a meandering lawn path through there where it's wide enough. I put lawn paths in there so people can actually immerse themselves in the landscape. But you can see that little lawn path near the bus stop. So that connects some of the existing sidewalks, the lawn path. So it's there's plenty of landscape to meander through on this site. And there's shade trees to create the scale for that corner, because that bus stop is kind of like left out in the open. There's no big trees there. So I use the trees there to create scale for the building and to provide some shade for the people. Likewise, the same concept goes along the Ledgewood Road Drive. So yeah, there's a lot of, so it's planted from the ground all the way up to the canopy. So there's a lot of layers of plant materials here, so you won't be seeing huge mulch beds when it's all done. And the applicant, as John said, will maintain all the landscape areas that are off-site on the city land. And there's plenty of paths for the new residents to meander through there that are not part of the existing restaurant courtyard. So if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them now or later. It's up to you.
You can continue with the presentation, I think.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to introduce Tracy Kozak, the architect. Thank you.
Good evening, Chairman, members of the Planning Board, and city staff. Thank you for having us tonight. We're happy to be back. We think we've come a long way on this, and I'm happy to tell you about the architecture. Tracy Kozak with Architects, and the architectural plans are a little bit towards the end. As you know, we have designed this as 2 additions. So they're 2 apartment buildings. They both touch the existing tour building. One is on the back and one is on the side. We call them Building A and Building B. They are each 5 stories. The first story at grade is all parking. There's a basement level, all parking. And levels 2, 3, 4, and 5 are all residential units, 36 units in each building. We have a mix of unit sizes ranging from studio, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, and 3 bedroom. As John mentioned, 15 of those are workforce housing, and as required by the zoning ordinance, they are all the average unit size or larger. So that means they're all 2 and 3 bedrooms. And they are located dispersed evenly throughout all floors on all buildings. Let's see. There are some floor plans in there which show you the unit mix, probably before that. And then there are parking plans, which I'm happy to talk about as well. In general, the architecture, I want to point out that we spent a lot of time doing energy modeling on this building to get it as energy efficient and healthy as possible. There were a bunch of challenges. One is that the building location and orientation is kind of locked in and predetermined by the site plan. So we, the evolution of form in this building is a direct result of some solar modeling and energy modeling. So the reason you see the big overhangs on the roof and the flat glass wall set back, and then on the lower floors, the walls which face east and west are tilted out for some heavy solar shading, whereas the walls that face north and south are flatter. And we found that that made the building more energy efficient, and that paired with a super, very insulated envelope, efficient mechanical systems, gives us an annual energy usage intensity of just under 4, which is 92% better than the average code minimum building. Okay, so each building has its own front door facing the road it's on. So building B is to the right, that faces Ledgewood. You enter into a lobby at the main level facing Ledgewood, and similarly, building A on the left has a main lobby facing the Lafayette roadside. The 5th floor has a community lounge space for all of those building residents to use, as long as with a large outdoor roof deck. Also, each unit has access to its own private small balcony for outdoor space and daylight. There was one very challenging area right in back of Tor. Tor is a 2-story building, so that double-loaded corridor doesn't work very well in the back. So in that particular case, we put the corridor against Tor, but we held building B above, away from Tor, so that we could get a glass skylight over that entire corridor with windows inside to get borrowed actual daylight into the backs of those extra deep units. and there's a lot of solar panels on top. I forgot to mention that's a big part of our strategy. Other than that, I'd just like to tell you about the parking plans. And there's a lot of calculations in your package about how each and every apartment is calculated for square footage so that we are able to allocate the proper parking space size for each unit. And then we tally that up. We also analyze the parking requirements for the existing restaurant space on site. We have carved out the central portion of the existing building as storage units and mechanical for the residents. And the existing building, left and right, are the restaurants that are there now. All said and done, we have more parking than is required by code with an excess of 11 spaces. There's a lot of, even beyond that, there's a lot of bicycle, scooter, and motorcycle parking way beyond what's required. We think that's actually going to be used a lot because this is located in a very central part of the city where folks might very well, in all but the worst weather, be inclined to take a scooter or bike or e-bike to get to where they need to be. That's the short story. If you have any questions on any of the details, I'm happy to answer them.
Is that your presentation then? Thank you. Tony, did you have a question you wanted to raise, or did anybody else?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
John, the configuration of the one-way traffic around the site, it looks like from the current plan to with the proposed, there's a narrowing and kind of a creation of an entry corridor in that one-way.
Yeah, that one-way was actually a part of the conversion from the cinema to the Tuscan Market.
Right.
So as you came in off Ledgewood, it was a one-way in.
It looks like it's been more restricted now with this plan than what it is presently, if Google
Nope.
Maps is.
I don't think so. So, excuse me for interrupting, but you came down in front of the building just like now. It was perpendicular and now angled. And then where the building is on the left side of the tour was an open parking lot. So there were some spaces there that you could access. And then there's an island at the end where the last arrow is. And that point is where the do not enter from the other side was and is proposed again.
Is this the current proposed parking?
Yes, yes. There was, this is the supplemental plan. You might be looking at the one where we were still parking in the New Hampshire DOT right away. It was a little different.
Okay, yeah, I'm looking at the landscape plan, and I think that's got the older one on it. Okay,
Right, and that's a part of the,
all right. Oh, you're doing diagonal parking. That's what I was trying to get at.
Yeah.
I was worried about you're changing a behavior where someone's not going to try to go in the out or out the in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, all right, so that answers that question. Sorry, I confused that part. And then the trail to the high school.
Mm-hmm.
I know that's a future plan. Are there thoughts or is there budget for lighting? I know it's probably not ironed out very much, but that seems like an area where, security might be a concern, especially in, kids getting out late and walking in that area, it's very dark back there. Mm-hmm. Providing the trail is great, but then having the city to come back and, fund the lights that might be required there for security. Has that been discussed at all?
so at this point in time, the public realm improvements have that's an okay idea from 30,000 feet. But as a part of this approval, we would then negotiate all the details to include what kind of lighting. And the school department would have a big say in that.
Okay.
We're going to put lighting on it. They already know that. Yes, thank you. So that's already been brought up by the school and it would be lit.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Yes, yeah.
Tandem parking is pretty frequented at this point for downtown developments, and it hasn't really proposed much of an issue from what I can see or have heard. But when you have this many spaces in a lower level garage and there's a lot more circulation at commuting hours, is there any concern of congestion when somebody needs to pull out their second car and the first car has to sit there and idle and people are still trying to move about the underground garage?
I don't think so. The garage has sufficient space to get out of the way of the traffic so that someone else can leave.
What is the
You
total
could-
width of the throughway of the garage?
I believe it's a 22-foot minimum aisle.
Sheet has the parking details.
So all the aisles are minimum 22. And so the frequency of, the spaces are assigned. So I think your question was, what if 3 people are trying to get out of their second space at the same time? Was that the question?
Pretty much.
Yeah. I think there won't be the probability that will happen is low. And if it does, I believe there's sufficient space for people to maneuver and cooperate and get out.
Question?
I'm sorry.
We done there,
Bill had his
Andrew?
hand up.
Yeah.
So I've got a question on traffic. The presentation has probably 300 pages of data on traffic. I appreciate the quantity. Essentially, it says that there are 4 or 5 intersections in that vicinity, and they're rated anywhere from at peak hours and off hours. They're rated anywhere from category C to category F at the worst case. And looking forward, the worst one is turning left out of Ledgewood onto 1 going south. The forward-looking analysis says that we have 1 additional housing project approved south of there, which will add some to this. And as it looks out 10 years, that's the limit of what the addition is, 1% a year additional increase beyond that. The reality is that we've got about 6 or 7 projects on Lafayette going south and more in Rye. And we've just rezoned 30 pieces of property with the hope that people will build more housing on them. And much of that is on Lafayette coming north. So what I didn't see was any sensitivity analysis, so that if in fact that traffic develops another 1,000 housing units or whatever, the intersections that you have now that are in your projections are going to be Ds or Es or Fs, will be whatever worse could be. Do you have any thoughts on what can be done for that intersection?
When you say that intersection, you're talking about
Well,
Sedgwick Drive at Lafayette Road?
It's really the Y, where coming north you go either onto Route 1 or the bypass. But the worst intersection is coming out of Ledgewood, just north of this development, trying to turn left onto Route 1 or Lafayette Road before that intersection. That's rated an F currently, and I can attest that it's at least 2 or 3 light cycles to get through there even at noon. So,
Yeah, I did not prepare the traffic analysis. I know that the engineer that was hired was the same engineer that did do and was well aware of the recently approved analysis, so I'm assuming it was taken into account here. And I'm thinking that if you look at the conclusion and recommendations, for example, it talks about the level of service, E and F in the morning peak, but the indication is that there would be an additional 2 vehicles in that queue area. So I can't speak to the other question, but just order of magnitude for this development of 72 units, only having 2 at that time. I can't speak to the others, but it does seem like it's not a significant amount of additional vehicles at that moment. But I know that doesn't answer your question completely, but the traffic impact study was reviewed by the city's Parking and Traffic Engineering Department, and there were no
Yeah, I
recommendations.
recognize the TAC didn't take issue with it, but
Right.
but on the substance, it just seems significant.
Well, there were, scoping meetings and discussions at the level of the traffic engineer for the city, and there was discussions about whether or not this would require some other improvements, but it was decided that it wouldn't. So the next project might be the tipping point for something to be done.
You good?
I just want to repeat a good question that was asked the last time we saw you, and it might be best to ask Terrence or Tracy or both of them. And that question was, could you, where might children play on this development? And I think when that question came up, the team suggested that they might address that between the last meeting and now. So as far as recreation on-site for children or within the building or outside, was there something that changed from last time?
Terrence Parker here. Thanks, Joe. I would suggest that that's why the applicant is doing the access to the high school playing fields. There's a walkway through the woods, and there's a path all around the football field, and then there's another walkway from the edge of the football field up into the parking lot. So I think that's what Mark had in mind, that the kids would, because it's only a few hundred feet away.
Right.
And on-site, there's going to be the meandering paths and garden interests, but off-site is where the active, ball catching is, if that's what you meant.
Yeah, I think when the question came up last time, it had more to do with much younger children that might live in the complex. Where might they find a little bit of relief in the way of a little ball court or something, or a playroom? Or I thought that's what the question was last time. But seeing that there is significant amount of outdoor space.
There's a lot of outdoor space that's all permeated by paths. So the thought from my point of view is that you meander through the paths, and depending on the age of a kid, there's a lot of plant interest there.
Okay.
Also it's obviously an interest in the family.
Right. All right.
But-
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
I'd like to dive a little deeper into parking. Is that you, John, or parking? Tracy?
Give it a go.
Can you help me understand the current parking for the existing uses there and what the future parking for those uses looks like?
Sure. Current parking is, let's see. The existing parking that's there right now is 154 spaces, and that is entirely restaurant use. We are going to be providing 173 spaces for mixed use. We included a shared parking time of day analysis based on the different uses. We have apartments, we have restaurant, we have a small area of entertainment, which is the golf booths of tour. We have a teeny tiny office that's part of the restaurant. And when all of that is tallied up, most of it's apartments, so apartment rules. And the busiest time of the week is the weekday evening. It kind of rules. So in the apartments, the restaurant actually requires 92 spaces on a weekday evening. The apartments require 65 as proposed, 1 for the office and 4 for the golf. So that is what drives what's proposed. As it is now, as I mentioned, it's all restaurant. Does that answer your question?
So currently, they have access to 150 spaces, the existing uses that are there?
154.
154.
Today.
Dedicated for them.
Yep. That's not what they, if they were starting brand new and they were building what's there today, zoning would require 100 spaces for them, but they have
So they got those
an extra 54.
Extra.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
And you're saying 92 is what would be dedicated to them?
So that's part of that's the share on the very worst moment of the week when it's absolutely super busy. That is a weekday evening. And that would be, yes, 92 for the restaurant at that particular hour, 65 for the apartments, and as I said, 1 for the office and 4 for the entertainment, for the golf, and that comes to 162 spaces. We have 173. We're still over what's the minimum required.
And I believe I read in there that it's valet parking for the existing businesses that are there?
That will be
How they
an
work?
option as
An
well as
option.
self-park, both options.
So people can self-park
Customer choice,
in your,
customer choice, yeah.
in your basement level parking or first level parking for access to the businesses?
Yeah, the spaces will be assigned, the tandem spaces will be assigned. The ones at the first floor, which are not tandem, are open to whoever.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Just, Tracy, to follow up on that parking question, just quickly, the golf component of that, you've got 4 spaces, I assume for the 4 booths and the estimated 16 people? Is that what you were basing that on?
It is, there are 4 spaces required on the weekday evenings for the golf units. And I didn't write down the let's see, what is the formula? We do have a formula. It is, hold on.
I've got the March one had 1 per 4 people.
It's based on square footage, I believe, not number of golf clubs. The square footage was calculated based on the existing floor plans of the golf unit, and I don't have the actual square footage of each golf booth with me, but you can measure. It's measured off of the floor plans, and it's shown in a square foot note on the floor plans.
Well, I think, I've only been in there once. My brother had a birthday party in there, and I saw there were, I think, 5 booths altogether. One was a lot larger than the other ones, and 4 spaces for those 5 locations seemed light to me. If you could check that, how you came up with that, that would be useful.
Sure. I know that the booths are set up, the back of the booth is like a bar with seats, and then the front is where the golfer stands. So the part in the back where the folks are sitting and eating and drinking is calculated with the restaurant use, and just the part where someone's standing with a golf club is calculated as the golfing use.
'Cause I don't golf, but everybody else there had brought their clubs as, I guess the manager sent a letter to that effect. I'm just curious if you feel 4 plus what you've allocated for restaurant addresses that space.
I will say the restaurant calculation is more intensive than the golfing calculation. So we took the worst case scenario and made sure that the bar where they sit while they watch other people golf is using the restaurant calculation, which is a higher density of parking.
So looking at the last question, I think, the April calculation at 106 for the restaurant, do you remember why it came down?
Yes, so previously that middle slice of the building, which is currently empty, vacant, the the third suite is not rented. We were calculating that as future restaurant, but since the owner has decided to fit that out as storage units for the tenants of the apartment buildings. So it won't be restaurant.
Perfect, thank you.
I just have a little bit of a follow-up sort of to that. Do you have a plan, because I know construction can be disruptive and the owner was concerned and sent us a letter. Do you have a plan of how to be able to make sure that the existing businesses that'll try to stay alive during construction will have places to park and access to their properties?
Let Mark McNabb answer that.
Hi, Mark McNabb. I thought I'd get away from having to speak. First, I wanted to also talk about parking. We were talking about on-site parking. And the important thing we have not discussed tonight is that this property has a cross easement that's part of the title with the abutting property owner. This used to be a cinema, used to be a lot more intensive. That's why there's a lot more parking. I think we park more high school students than I've seen the restaurants use here during the day. I go by there every day. I go to Planet Fitness. And the malls there, all that cross parking easement that we have, that we're entitled to, both parcels are, that we're not counting, is available for both parcels at night. So please keep in mind that, like, when restaurant people come, they'll be parking in front of the Convenient MD place and the Bolorama. And when you go by there, if you've gone by there, I've never seen those lots even remotely full anytime you go. So please keep in mind there is also that additional parking on the abutting lot that's allowed by an easement that legal has gotten on this project, planning has gotten on this project. We just didn't need to rely on that because we met our parking calcs, but we could have of. As far as the business goes, the businesses have leases, the Tour and 581, and they're both excellent businesses. We can't put them out of business. That we can't just go in there and not honor their lease and take their parking away. That's just not how it works. I have a lease right that I'll have to, we'll have a whole negotiation with them. How would you like to do it? And through that negotiation, this is what we've done with other businesses. You know, I did it with Bull Moose Music downtown when we took parking away and put a building up. So what we're doing here does not hurt the tenant, because that's a separate contract I have. I have to honor that contract. How that will look, you know, a year or 2 years from now when this project would be ready to break ground, is what we would meet with that tenant and say, what would you like to do during this period? What season? When would it be taken out? And then you go into a whole package. Typically, something like this during construction, we wouldn't charge rent. It would be zero. And then we'd provide parking. We wouldn't just go in and say you have to pay your rent and you don't get parking. And nothing this board would pass or not pass would allow us to do that. So I do understand the concern of the tenant. I'm surprised that didn't come to me beforehand, me personally, and I didn't discuss it, but it happened this way, so I'll just address the concern. I did look at the letter, and I absolutely will assure you that that tenant will be given their rights to their property, their lease, their parking, and they will make sure that that rent's abated and arrangements are made so that construction can happen. Did that answer your question?
Thank you.
Mark, one quick question. The cross easement that you have on the adjacent property, is that specific as to a number, or is it just a shared use of the space?
It is a shared use.
Okay.
And it's no limit on any number. And it's a crystal clear easement. We can just use parking on both lots. So every time a use comes up for our lot or that lot, if they're relying on the cross easement, then you might have to do more calculations to say, hey, is your use combined right now today? But see, the parcel next to us right now has no residential in it, none. It's an empty parking lot for a lot of our more intense times. So there's no question that during restaurant hours and that when your businesses are being closed next door or waning down, I would fully expect that you'll see a lot more behavior of surface parking on both those lots for the restaurants. You don't have to do it when you have 50, 60 extra spaces right now, out back. And they're just there. During the day, a lot of the high school kids park there.
Thank you. Anybody else have any other questions for the applicant? I had one, John, the plan that you're proposing for planning board action is the plan with the angled parking?
Yeah, that's correct. So there was the initial submission did sort of have the angled parking as a backup to
Right.
the state requiring the removal of the encroachment, and we rethought that, and we're going to remove the encroachment, no questions asked, but unfortunately we didn't have time to update every plan in the set, so part of the planning board, the planning department conditions are that be taken care of, and we will do that. So to the extent that you see some plans with that old layout, that will be corrected in the version that goes and gets the final approval from the planning department. Does that answer the question?
It does. That was my concern, that the plan, so you won't necessarily, unless the board chooses otherwise, have to do anything immediately. You can continue to use the encroachment perhaps, but the approved plan will show the angled spaces on
As a
Atlas's property.
Yeah, as a part of the construction of this,
You will rebuild it.
it will have to be rebuilt. I don't think there isn't anything I'm aware of that has been brought to the attention of the owner that this needs to be removed in any case.
So you will, the
And-
encroachment will be removed, or the encroachment will stay unless this...
Until such time as this project goes to construction, and then as a part of the project construction, it has to be removed.
Okay.
And part of the difference is that, as you know, the counting of those spaces is problematic because they're not entirely on the lot.
Right.
So to not show that being removed, this is the prudent thing to do and the right thing to do, and this project would redo that encroachment when it goes to construction.
Okay. The other question, in the update you did since the last plans, you increased the size of the south building by about 10 feet. Did all your other calculations for coverage and everything take that into account?
So the increase in the was a basement level increase? So it's only at the basement
Just the
level.
basement, okay.
Yep.
So yes, Bill?
So for the designated below market rate units, can you talk about them a little bit more? Their specific units, and what size will they be?
Yeah, I'll let Tracy answer that. Thank you.
So the average, they're all larger than 848 square feet each. 848 is the average unit size across the whole project. So as per zoning requirements, they have to be average or bigger. So they range, and they're itemized on one of the pages in your worksheet. The smallest one is 872 square feet. The largest one is 2,056 square feet. The larger one being a 3-bedroom, the smallest one being a 2-bedroom.
So there are 2 or 3 bedrooms,
Correct.
and so the people that are there in the below market rate ones will be either 2 or 3 bedrooms.
That is correct.
So presumably adequate for a family, not just for an individual.
Correct.
And there are no social services that come with this?
This is just housing. They're apartments, and there's no social service agency administration on site. There are resident amenities such as laundry room, lounge, roof decks, and things like that.
Any other questions of the applicant? If you have questions, for the benefit of our new member, if you have questions of the applicant, now is the time. After the public hearing, there will be no more questions. So, with that, have a public hearing. Just briefly, we've got 3 rounds of possible public input. First round is 3 minutes, second round is 5 minutes, third round is 5 minutes. If you wish to speak in the second or the third round, you must speak in the first round. And all comments directed to me. So I'm going to open the public hearing now. Anybody here wish to speak to, for, or against this application, here or on Zoom? This could be very quick. Nobody on Zoom? Okay, last call. I'm going to close the public hearing if nobody raises their hand. Close the public hearing for deliberation.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we vote to find the conditional use permit application meets the criteria set forth in section 10.5B11 and 10.5B73 and adopt the findings of fact as presented.
I'll second.
Discussion.
Could you propose an amendment to include, the applicant stated that they were included lighting on the pathway? Can we memorialize that in the approval?
I think that should be part of the site plan.
Site plan, sorry.
Yeah, this
Thank
is
you.
the conditional use permit.
First mistake.
We'll get there. Any other discussion on this motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Unanimous of pass.
I make a motion that we vote to grant the modifications of standards from section 10.5B22.40, special setback requirements on Lafayette Road, sections 10.5B73.20, and to allow the public realm improvements to be located in a different zoning district, section 10.5B34.80, to allow a building with 72 units, section 10.5B41.80, to allow 7.6% community space where 10% is required, and to allow a building footprint of 42,434 square feet where 24,000 is allowed.
Second.
Discussion.
I think in some of these, I mean, you can't change the setback. You're not going much closer to the road than what's there, and there's a huge swath of property that's in front of this. I drive by this every day, so I don't have any problem with that. The fact that we're getting what we're getting out of this, and plus the off-site realm, I think is huge for the kids that are going to the high school. So I think these are more bonuses than negatives, so I have no problem with any of them.
Plus it delivers workforce housing.
Exactly.
I would agree with everything Councilor Moreau said. I think it's of the utmost importance that we think about students that are walking on this path every day at all hours of the day. It might not just be school hours, but traveling through that day and night. So lighting it properly, not restricting access, and then certainly listening to the superintendent and the associated people making the decisions there to make sure that it gets maintained that way as well. It's just not something to put in and then forget about. This trail has, whether people like it or not, has been there forever, and I think it's really utilized that way. So it's great to see it being improved. Let's just keep it that way, and hopefully it becomes a throughway for not only the folks in this building, but also at Crossroads and the other residential areas around us. So.
And that'll be part of site plan also. So, any other discussion on this? All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
I'll continue to make a motion that we vote to grant the conditional use permit with the following condition: that prior to issuance of a certificate of occupancy, the applicant will revise the design of the public realm improvements to a form satisfactory to the superintendent of schools and the city manager.
Second.
Discussion?
No, I think we've already said enough about that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Passes.
I will continue and start the vote to find that the site plan application meets the requirements set forth in site plan regulations, section 10.9, valuation criteria, and adopt the findings of fact as presented.
Second.
Any discussion on that?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Passes.
I will then make a motion that we vote to grant site plan approval with the following conditions: 2.1, 2.2, sorry, 2.3, 2.4, 2.5, 2.6, and 2.7. I don't know if we need to add in the lighting since it's already needs to be superintendent and city manager approved for the public realm. So I don't see it as a need, but we can talk about that if somebody seconds.
Let's get a second, and then we can talk about it.
I'll second.
So yeah, I mean, I guess we could, recommend to the superintendent but if it's, I feel like they're heard us. The city manager's sitting right here, so she's heard our concerns about wanting to make sure it's safe. And I think obviously the superintendent of schools wants to make sure it's safe. So I don't know if it has to be part of our site plan, but maybe the planning department can tell me otherwise.
It was kind of there in the approval of
Right.
the
That's the way I see it.
CUP.
Right. As part of the conditional use permit, it's going to have to be approved further, so.
I have a quick question. On the staff memo, it calls out 20% workforce housing, and then on their plans, it says 15%.
It says 15 units,
15 units,
Okay.
because that's what's 20%.
Yep. Just
rounding up.
Yeah.
percentages.
On the site plan approval, you could say with lighting if approved by the superintendent. I
Sure.
mean,
I would second that.
Sure. I would agree to add that.
I can't motion it, so you can't second my
I'll
suggestion.
motion it. I'll
I'm
be the one
happy to add
signing
that.
it.
I'm happy to add that to my motion. The second agrees, so.
Can we just clarify that, what that statement says, or that'd be,
To include lighting if approved by the superintendent.
The public realm, to include lighting in the public realm improvements, if so approved by the superintendent of schools and city manager.
Exactly.
Sorry,
And that's what you seconded?
Sure is.
Any further discussion?
I just want to quickly, I'm sorry, Bill.
Go ahead.
I just want to quickly say how helpful it was for us to see this as a work session or earlier. That was very helpful in understanding the project, so
Yes, it was.
you can see more of that in the future on projects of this size.
So I'd like to just ask to have on the to-do list that the staff at some point look at bus service and traffic on Lafayette, because we are really, the bus service is on an hourly cycle, and the whole system runs on an hourly cycle. And if the bus can't make it from Hanover down to the south end and then back to Hanover in an hour, the whole system breaks down. And this is going to be, this specific intersection will be a problem for them. But the rest of the stuff that we're doing is also going to be a problem for the bus service and the traffic on Lafayette. So somewhere in people's minds, we need to have a good understanding of that.
Duly noted. Yes.
I'd just like to say that I think this is a good project that's going to add some much needed needs for the city. It is a lot of wasted space. I was unsure when we saw it at preconceptual design how it would all work, but now seeing the final plans, I think that, especially knowing that the main level parking is sort of open, and so if the restaurants need it, if they have a big lunchtime rush or something and everyone's at work, there'll be room for parking. There's the shared parking. So I think that there is plenty of places to actually put people and accommodate everyone that's on the property. And the connections to the high school are huge for people that might be living here as well, and makes it safer than them having to go out to the main road. We were talking earlier about where could they bring their kids to play. Well, it's not a very long walk to the Lafayette School playground. That is just, I pass by all of these between my house and my office every day. So I was thinking all of that in mind. I mean, people go up to that. So, and there are sidewalks that get you there and crosswalks. So I think that there are places for them to be able to go and play with the small children, but the larger children are probably going to hang out at the high school most likely and go to the high school. So I think it's a good project all in all for the city and for this area. I agree with your concerns. I find the only time I really have trouble with the traffic at that intersection is when the school's coming and going. those are sort of the toughest parts, but that's a short-term issue. The school, eventually everyone's at school and eventually they're all gone. So on a regular basis, when I go back and through there, at least twice a day, if not more than twice a day, it's not normally a huge issue. So I don't think this is going to add a whole lot to that.
I'd like to add that we just had a meeting in the other room talking about ways to bring more workforce housing, and this application has helped me understand maybe some flexibility, some additional flexibility that might be needed in the regulations, because all the conditional use permits that this required to have happen, and when you fit what you have managed to fit on this site, it's a tight fit, but I think it'll work. So with that, I'm going to call Paul?
Just before we vote, I'd like to say that the architecture and the landscape on this project really is very attractive. As we're diving into the details of parking and traffic and workforce units and so forth, I don't want to overlook that it really is a very attractive project. So if you're sitting in traffic on Lafayette, it'll be
beautiful to look
really
at.
nice to look at a few minutes.
We have a motion, a second, I think it was amended slightly. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Thank you very much.
Solar amendments, so exciting stuff.
We have a proposed series of amendments to Chapter 10 of the zoning ordinance of the City of Portsmouth. And this has been a sprint to get to this evening. I apologize that everybody received information today, but that's how quickly and how continuously this has been worked on since the council basically asked that the HTC and the planning board work together, which we have been doing, and staff has been helping, and it's been a lot to get to this evening. But I think we're there. So to explain this process, because I had to explain it at the last meeting, what you're about to see on the screen, what you have, it was posted today on the website, wasn't on the website yesterday. And legal department has reviewed these documents. This is where just basically the overview. Just flip through these, Peter, we can let folks know. Last month we had the HTC's work product that followed our workshop meeting with them. They took what we had at our joint meeting. They took what the council said, put it together. They came up with a document. This isn't all of it, and that wasn't intended for you to try to read it. But there were a few changes they proposed. We proposed as a planning board removing one clause at the very end in that black box. We then, Councilor Moreau put that under her name under the council agenda at one of the last meetings. I don't know if it was the last meeting, but
It
one
was
of
the
the last
last
meetings.
meeting, yeah.
And had a discussion with council about that. Chairman Rudig, who's, oh, there you are. And I presented, she presented most of it and did a great job. So then this is what council came up with for additional things to talk about. That is what they did, is they made a motion that got a second, it got an amendment. There was not a final vote on everything except the amendment. The language on the screen right now is what was discussed and what was amended and approved as an amendment. That went back to staff, went to me to help with the HDC. It was considered, and what came about as a result of that is next, and what was posted on the website earlier today. So this has been back and forth a number of times. It's been reviewed as staff. Legal finally got a chance to finish their review today. There'll be additional legal review, I'm sure, because there'll be additional small changes and edits as this goes forward, but it has been reviewed by the legal department and given endorsement for this evening. What is in this current proposal, what you see in red are the changes. The City Council asked that there be clarification on what is a staff level action. In checking with staff, we found that the exemption process actually does involve two different departments currently. So what happens is the individual in charge of working with the HDC and working with the planning department interacts with the codes department, and they jointly decide that something either does or does not qualify for an exemption. So that's all that first part does, is make it clear that that is a staff level process. There's a whole bunch of listed items, I think 27 of them as I recall. Number 7 is the only one that changed to add roof-mounted solar energy systems, which is now a defined term, which you'll see later. There's basically two types. If you have roof-mounted solar energy systems that are minimally visible, which means you can see them, but they're not standing out, or you can't see them at all, and those are defined terms, they get treated differently. So to get an exemption, they can't be seen. To go to the next step of administrative approval, they meet other criteria, including they can only be minimally visible, which would go on to the next. I'm not going to read all this because I hate it when people read things. But that's what I said. It includes the accessory elements of the solar panels, the solar systems. Council mentioned that. That came up at the council meeting. That was a good catch, if you will. So that's incorporated. Next slide. Something that's new that also came up at council meeting is the bottom text, which I will describe for you as opposed to reading it. If somebody's putting something like a solar system on top of a roof, there's a question of whether or not the roof can take that additional load. So the HDC will have the authority to request that the applicant provide proof that the building can take it without having to require substantial modifications. It's a little bit more complicated than that, but it can be an architect or an engineer. And then the definitions, the character defining architectural feature, that is actually a term of art and it's pretty prevalent. Since our April meeting, I've done a lot of reading with historic district ordinances. Thank you, Reagan, for sending me all those links and some other documents that I've read. So it's not the sort of definition that we would normally find in the type of zoning that we deal with on a daily basis. They're more objective criteria. That's more of a subjective criteria. Code official was updated to reflect the fact that we don't have a planning director, but we have a director of planning and sustainability. That's all that is. Minimally and not visibly visible, as I said, and then roof-mounted energy system, just what it is a definition. It's solar panels generating electricity. And then a way is, under the state of New Hampshire, basically a street, alley, any other sort of public space that you can walk around and look at these things. The other thing I'll add, from my review of many other communities, New Hampshire and outside New Hampshire, we have far more exemptions than any other community I found. So we're not, by any stretch, the most restrictive. And with that, I'll open it to the board, and then we can open to the public. Yes.
Could I back way up to get clarification on what the goal was for this original motion authored by two councilors to make this change? What was the purpose of this?
Would you, in the very...
Well, anyone that feels that they have an actual...
The original, when it was originally brought to City Council, it was pretty much asked that it would take out of the control of the HDC to have solar panels.
But for what purpose? What was the
Their
purpose
thought
of that?
process is that if you live in the South End in a historic district, you should still be allowed to have solar energy if you want it.
Right.
There was a lot of discussion around that. It wasn't sort of blanket that, but they, the two councilors that brought it forward just really feel like it should be exempted and not dealt with. There's been a lot of backlash and a lot of back and forth from many people to the council, which is why I suggested that the council, to the council, that this board meet with the HDC. We did that. We got all the feedback. And now we're trying to put forward an expedited measure It is on the calendar for first reading on June 3rd. If we can approve something tonight that we feel is a better option than just exempting all solar panels in the HDC forward, then this could be an amendment that could be considered by the council on June 3rd at first reading.
And at the last council meeting, there was a first reading of something.
It was postponed.
It was postponed.
The only thing we did is the one change that is technically, I believe, included in our amendments.
It's on the screen.
Yep.
So
It was about slate and wood would not be allowed to be exempt. What roofs made of slate or wood.
what will happen at the next council meeting, as I understand it, unless things are blended, is this, one or both of these things on the screen will go forward as exemptions, blanket exemptions, or it will be substituted for, again, if this is approved by this planning board this evening, that will be substituted for those.
Mr. Chairman, it would not be for the next council meeting, which is May 20th.
It's June
It
3rd.
would be for June 3rd.
Because we have a meeting that's coming
Next
Monday.
on this topic. Thank you.
Next one.
And if I
June
could,
3rd.
if I could keep going.
Yes.
Just a point of fact, speaking to your interpretation of what the goal was of this being brought forward, I asked for a little bit of research to be done on the numbers of panels, solar panel applications that have been approved versus denied in the historic district. There's an 80% approval rate for the HDC approving solar panels in the historic district. So I'm still having, I like where we are now. I think this is a perfectly fine place where we landed, but I don't see that there was a problem to begin with, to be honest with you.
Well, that's history, so let's move forward.
Correct. So, and there weren't a lot of applications, actually. There were 7 approvals. This is since January of 2022, 7 approvals, 2 denials. So we're talking about a very, very small amount of result here. So I'm happy to move this forward myself to get it over with, to be honest with you.
We'll hear what the public has to say as well. Paul?
So materials other than wood or slate on existing structures to change that roof material is still the purview of the HDC.
Correct.
So I can't change the material to get the exempted solar panel on the roof.
You could, you just have to go through approval first.
Right.
However, one unintended consequence of that language is we see a lot of, and the HCC encourages people to put shake roofs back on their homes, which used to have wooden shake roofs. This might discourage some of that now, but if someone's thinking, I might want solar later, and if I did this enhancement, I might be limited on, so.
Yeah, what's on the screen now is what's already been proposed. We're proposing the additional,
That's
this
not
new-
been adopted.
Right.
Right.
Nothing's been adopted as of yet. We're still postponing first reading. June 3rd will be the day that it's either what's already out there as first reading or whatever we might approve now. Does that make sense? So there's 2 parallel tracks. so to
And
speak.
just so to be clear, I don't want, this board could adopt what the council, the blue text that was on the screen. It's up to the planning board. I don't recommend it. But just to be just technically clear, that is a possibility. Yes, Tony?
First, a technical question, and then a kind of technical opinion, question. Very first beginning in the item 7 under 10633.20, there it says item 3 does not extend more than 3 feet above the roof plane. We have a sloping roof. Is 3 feet above or is 3 feet above?
I think it's,
So perpendicular to the roof surface. 3 feet perpendicular to a roof surface. Maybe more clarifying language there.
Would you say parallel to the roof surface?
Parallel would be this way. Perpendicular. The
Offsetting-
dimension is.
Offsetting
It
the
would be
roof surface.
perpendicular.
I mean, it's minor, but I mean, with a steep roof, you might have
If this is the roof
something.
plane, it's 3 feet, right?
On a flat roof,
a
yes.
flat roof.
On a flat roof, but what if it's a slanted roof? So it's perpendicular.
Parallel. I think we'll hear from the, let's hear from,
It's a minor thing. I just
no,
you
it's
know.
an important thing. You're asking a technical question.
And then the idea is that if you can't see it from the abutting way, I don't know what the exact language was. My personal view is like what people do on their property. I'm struggling because what people do on their property, I really feel like there's that inherent right to do things on your property that you want to do. I get the historic district and I appreciate it. On the other side, I'm super concerned about their view corridors coming down Newcastle Ave and that view. You know, you could not be in that criteria of abutting, but affecting that famous view that we have of the south end because you're not in that area. You know what I mean? So you might be in a viewpoint that doesn't meet this criteria, but all of a sudden you're seeing solar panels go up, affecting one of the most iconic views in Portsmouth.
It's just a matter of how much people care about that view, honestly.
Artists
How much,
set up their easels and sit and paint that.
That topic came up, and legal department felt fairly strong that it should be limited to the adjacent way, but it could be any public way, and I think that's the way the HTC had first written it. So your point is well taken. The concern is from any public way, perhaps it could be, Pierce Island Road added to.
I was going to say, like, there's some iconic, locations that, if someone on some alleyway in the south end, I don't care, great, do what you want to do on your property, but don't mess with that view.
The concern was, and I'm just trying to explain it, I'm not advocating here.
Yeah.
The concern was if from any street anywhere, if you get a telescope, you could see a square inch. Aha, that's a violation. But the Pierce Island view is, and also coming around Route 1A, I guess it is, or 1B, or whatever letter that is.
I wonder if it'd be a better way to do it would be to list the streets that are okay. If your address is, I don't know. I don't know. It could get complicated, but my point is made. That's what I wanted to say.
Yeah, no, it's a good point.
Maybe the HDC is best.
Well,
absolutely. Should stay with the HCC 100%.
I'm
sorry to be all over the place, but 100% with the HCC.
Yes.
I would first like to speak sort of on behalf of staff that both legal staff, planning and sustainability staff would review for form but don't endorse or recommend. So you had mentioned that the legal department endorsed what we got today, and I'd want to be clear to say they reviewed it as to form, and I think the comment you got back was it achieves your objective to get something before the planning board tonight.
It was okay to present at the public hearing. I'm sorry, I did not mean endorse.
No apologies. That being said, I have some concerns about the suggested language in 10.634.24. Yep, right there. Which feels like it could be unduly burdensome because if there's a question as to whether the structure can support the solar, that would be something that would be determined by our code officials as part of the building permit. It wouldn't happen if it weren't signed off on. So that's a point. And so I'm concerned we're getting almost too wordsmith-like with some of the subjectivity and the definitions that are proposed. Mr. Chairman, you called it a term of art. I'm concerned with that, and I would want to know how the HDC felt, and minimally visible. I don't know what minimally might be, so to get this late and to try and react to that was a lot for me.
Okay. As I understand it, and maybe we'll hear more in the public hearing, the first topic about the roof loading, it says it's beyond the ken of a codes officer to know what a historic building may or may not be able to take with respect to its impact for historic features. That was the thought. And I know the HDC, the reason this came in, unlike this board, we can ask for outside consultant review and pass the cost on to the applicant. The HDC doesn't have that ability unless this is in here. So that's the reason for that one. And minimally visible is a subjective criteria. And honestly, to Joe's point, I think it needs to be there. That's a HDC call. And they can explain further character defining architecture features, but it's throughout. The National Park Service uses it, and some of that language came from them. So, yes, Beth.
Is it possible, even if we approve this, that we ask legal to review the 3 foot to see whether or not we need any more language as to where that's measured from?
Of course. Anything else before the public hearing? I'm going to open the public hearing on this. Anybody who would like to speak to, for, or against this proposed amendment? We'll have up to 3 rounds, as I said earlier, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 3 minutes.
I think I can make it in 3. Good evening. My name is Carrie Votro. I'm representing Portsmouth Advocates, which is the historic preservation advocacy arm of the Portsmouth Historical Society. We support the proposed language, and I have taken a brief look at your brand new proposed language as well, and really appreciate the time and effort that your board and the Historic District Commission have dedicated to ensuring meaningful change while still upholding the purpose and objectives of the Historic District Overlay Zone. The language is consistent with industry standards and preservation best practices for successful integration of rooftop solar technologies into historic districts. By providing by right exemptions for certain installations and increasing administrative approvals for others, and your clarifying statements regarding those administrative approvals are appreciated. The proposed language outlines a path to reduce the regulatory burden on applicants while maintaining the district's architectural integrity. We appreciate the clarifications, and structural is something to consider, and that's in direct response to council comments at the last meeting. So I think it's important to include that acknowledgement. And as the chair did mention, historic preservation standards and definitions are more nuanced, but there is a method to the madness. There are standards that exist, and those definitions have been included here as we look at character defining features as defined by the National Park Service. They don't lend themselves to specific distances or to specific percentages. It is something that takes a trained eye and folks with the right background to provide some of that nuanced review. And I would hope that to support that in the future, the city will work to let a contract that helps provide some illustrated guidance that may help clarify what does minimally visible mean. Like, just make it a little easier for everybody to understand. I think a lot of the council members at the last hearing were having a hard time visualizing what this means. So providing some of that guidance, I think, would go a long way in ensuring that there's consistency across the board and general understanding about the goal. It has been a sprint to get here, but thank you for your work. I think this is a much better path forward than removing all HDC approval. Thank you.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Brighter, property owner, 159 McDonough Street. I do feel very strongly that you should leave in the importance of having somebody look at the structure. I have 2 buildings in Portsmouth, and I thought I'd just like to, before I do any renovations on them, I'd like to find out. I hired an engineer to come in and see whether or not they could support solar panels in the future if I decided to do that. One building had to have a whole wall of the foundation to even be considered, and the other one, the foundation was found to be perfectly fine. So it was worth the money to spend to find out if you want to add that extra weight on top of an old building. So I would encourage you to leave that in there, even though it may seem like an oddity. It is very important when you have these older buildings. A lot of times structurally they're not as capable as we think they are. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Margot Doring, Jones Avenue. I would just like to thank the planning department, the planning staff, this council, the counselor, Ms. Moreau, for working with the HDC in these times of division that we experience in our town and our country. I think it's really important that we all find ways to work for solutions that are inclusive and get to and versus either or us, them, or win, lose, because we all lose when that happens. I think what has been proposed shows a true effort to try to work towards the sustainability goals of the town and the preservation goals of the town. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Reagan Rudig. I'm the chair of the HDC. I lived at 70 Highland Street. Just quickly, I wish that this sort of public hearing process would have been different so that I could have answered directly any questions that you might have had. But it's clear, as Chair Chelman has explained, that we've been working really hard. We have lots of people. I've got my commission, we've got the planning board, we've got city councilors, we have all sorts of interested parties that we're trying to figure out how to come together and put something down in writing in the proper ordinance speak that will satisfy everybody's goals and thread the needle of, encouraging sustainability goals as well as protecting the historic district. So thank you for your patience with all of this. It is difficult to do this quickly, but we hear the council and we hear that that speed is wanted right now, so we're doing our best. And hopefully, as I understand it, this first hearing that will happen on June 3rd isn't necessarily, there's still the ability to make some changes and adjustments in the language as we move forward. So thank you again for your help, and hopefully we can get to a really good conclusion here as quickly as possible. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else? Second round, anybody? Going to close the public hearing if nobody else raises their hand. Public hearing is closed. It's the board's pleasure.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Is it, again, new asking question, is it possible to suspend the rules to ask a question of the chair of the Historic District Commission?
You can make that request and we can vote on it.
So moved.
Second.
Motion to suspend the rules. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Mr. Chair, may I ask a question?
Yes.
Hi, Reagan. So it would be, like, you heard my opinion earlier. I feel really weird voting against this, hearing both the Portsmouth advocates and you coming up and saying this is what we work towards. I wondered if you could comment on my concern.
And sort of on the visibility and view corridors, really.
Yeah.
I mean, originally we had drafted up language that said really not visible from any public way. And again, that could be taken out, some people could be really extreme about that.
Mm-hmm.
A question that I had is, could it be interpreted that you're still if you're putting something on South Street and that South Street is still the adjacent way, so even farther down South Street, does that still count? If it's not actually abutting the property line, but it is the way that abuts the property. I don't know if that is...
Not the way it's worded.
Okay. So, I mean, yes, we originally would like to, and we'll consider the abutment language, but really our concern was these sort of far off views.
So a kind of yes or no answer to my question. Do you share my concerns?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, thanks.
Okay.
So just an amendment to this proposal is certainly possible. You can propose changing or adding to what's in front of us. Anybody can. Any one of us can. So, I mean, I can't, but I can explain how you do it.
Could we provide an amendment in terms of guidance without clarity of the exact language of like a goal? Does that work? I'm not smart enough or quick enough to come up with the exact language right now.
I think we'd have to take a vote to advance it with an understanding that staff would work on a particular topic.
My concern, if we have to have this for June 3rd, there are notice requirements for this to get out and be noticed, I believe. Maybe I'm wrong. I see a city attorney that might be able to tell me if I'm right or wrong.
I might be able to answer this. You
Okay.
can make amendments at first reading.
Right, but does what we've approved tonight, does it have to be noticed for June 3rd or not? The same way. I see a no, so I'm good.
I just remembered something that's very important that I forgot to say. So when this process has been sprinting to this tonight's hopeful finish line, we spent some time, and I spent probably more time than I should have, looking at the entire HTC section of the zoning ordinance. There's more work that needs to be done. We have agreed we need to have a workshop with the planning board and the HTC to go through it and to talk about amendments that we see that are needed. My recommendation would be to advance this, unless you're completely opposed to it, to get it in front of the council with the understanding that we will do that next step and bring this topic back for discussion. That would be my recommendation. Because we will be doing that, and I'm sorry, I forgot to mention that. That's definitely on the table for.
And June 3rd's only first reading, so we won't even have a public hearing or second reading until our meeting after that. And then it could still be amendments at that point that then could redo second reading in July. Just to point that out, that is possible.
So are we recommending this then to date specific for June 3rd?
We don't need to do that.
We would need to make a motion to vote to recommend the latest drafted language be sent, I don't know.
I don't think it has to be done to a date certain, as long as
It's-
it's
Just that they hold
a
first
recommendation
reading.
to council.
Right, it's a recommendation as an amendment to first reading. Then, yeah. I look to my other help.
Well, to hold first reading.
Well, no, because first reading's already been scheduled. This would be an amendment to first reading. That's why I'm confused, you see? Because this is supposed to be brought as a possible amendment to first reading, because first reading's already been noticed as is. Could maybe we ask for a city attorney to come up and help me with this?
So that other language is already noticed?
Yes, I believe the language that came out of our last city council meeting was what was going to be noticed for June 3rd as first reading.
Correct.
Councilor Denton was very insistent upon
Was
that.
going to be noticed is different than has been noticed.
Yes, I believe that what is scheduled to come forward for June 3rd is what was in blue, what you first saw. This is a separate and distinct recommendation from the planning board on what the joint work of the HDC and planning board would like to bring forward. So this, if you take your vote tonight, would be this is your recommendation, your report back on the solar panel ordinance. How that gets noticed, I don't, whether this is brought forward as an amendment, as I see Councilor Moreau, who is on the council, nodding her head yes. I think that might be a potential process, but I don't believe in, the city manager can correct me if I'm wrong, that this too would come for first reading. This is just a recommendation after the work that was done by the HDC and the planning board. And if I could just comment on Member Coviello's comment about, if you want to make a change to the view and the abutting, road. At first reading, you can make amendments. How that comes forward would be easier if you could make it tonight, if you could, to simply say, we want, abutting roads, or roads within X amount of feet from property or something like that. But you could certainly suggest an amendment that could come through Councilor Moreau
if she chooses to make it. But it's really, you guys are the ones who are deciding what you're recommending. So if you don't like that definition, you should try to determine tonight what you feel it should be, even if the wording isn't perfect. The wordsmithing could be amended, but it's harder to amend concepts. So I just note that for you. If you feel very strongly as a group and the majority agrees, you can amend this and we can bring it forward as the recommendation of the board.
So would our vote tonight be for me to bring this forward as an amendment at first reading? Or would it come in on the agenda in some other manner? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Do I need to put it under my name, or is it going to come forward as an amendment straight from planning board to city council?
Well, I think the planning board's zoning amendments, that you've been asked to make a recommendation. So I don't know that the planning board has the authority to request a first reading under these particular instructions.
I think under our zoning ordinance, and I have it if you'd like to look at it, we can make a recommendation for an amendment to the zoning ordinance. And how the council treats it is up to the council.
You do have the authority under the zoning ordinance to bring forward independently, but in this instance, I believe the vote was to review and recommend. I don't have the exact language, but that's my recollection, that you were instructed to review and make a recommendation.
So it ends up at the same place. We're recommending that this be,
yes.
if we vote on this, we're recommending that this go to council for adoption as an amendment. The question I guess I have is the status of the blue text. Is that formally already on the council? It's already on.
That
Best
will
of
be
my knowledge, yes.
That will be first reading, the amendment as amended.
So that's why I'm trying to figure out how I then notice this in the package on the agenda. And I don't know if the city manager puts it under her name, or is it
Right. Well, I don't think it would be under my name, so I think the options would be you
Yeah,
bring it
under my
as the council representative on the planning board, or the planning board could put it under written communications formally to the council, making known your recommendations. But I think it would make sense for you to bring it under your name, Counselor.
Why don't we continue the prior process and have the chair of the HTC and I bring it back to the council?
I'll put it under my name.
Under your name.
Okay, we'll do the same thing we did last time.
Would that, is
Good.
that?
So we need
have a plan.
We need to agree to language for an amendment to
Right, we just need
recommend.
to, basically, right, our motion's going to be to vote amendment language to be placed under my name to amend first reading at June 3rd
That's what we
meeting.
have to do here now is
Figure out what language.
what is our
Yeah.
language we're recommending for an amendment.
Thank you, Attorney
Tony.
Freeney.
I'd like to make a motion for an amendment, and I could use help with the wording. So as the attorney recommended, is choosing some other view corridors. I wanted to add, visible from with the naked eye from Newcastle Avenue and Pierce Island Road. There might be other view corridors that someone else can think of at the top of their head, but those are the two that, to me, that we should protect. So it'd be the abutting road, and then if they're visible with the naked eye from those other two, the entirety of the length of those roads.
Under the not visible, or the minimally visible, or both?
I'm fine with minimally visible. That's fine.
Newcastle Ave, what was the other one?
Pierce Island Road. The entirety of the lengths of both.
What about the waterfront?
Well, if you're on Marcy Street, I think you're not in a view where you're either abutting the property, or you can't get back in a view to see it.
No, I'm applauding your effort. I'm just saying there's 100 more.
Did we get a second to talk about?
Prescott Park?
I'll second for the purpose of discussion.
Yeah.
And the motion was for, I'm sorry, can you explain the motion? That has been seconded?
Want me to try? So we already have the language in there for abutting street property, right? In the street abutting that property. I'm trying to extend it to what I'm calling the view corridors.
Mm-hmm.
And so I said, or minimally has to be, no, what's the language? Minimally visible.
Minimally visible from those portions of any public way immediately adjacent to to and abutting to property.
And inclusive of the entirety
And not
of,
blocking any character-defining architectural features.
and including the entirety length of Newcastle Avenue and Pierce Island Road.
So you want this to be part of the definition of minimally visible?
That's a slippery slope.
I want to not be able to see obvious solar panels from those view corridors is what I want. And need help with the language.
I'm reading.
Again, I applaud what you're doing. I would say Pierce Island. I would say, I mean, there's so many more. There's so many others that are equally important.
My concern is the
hopefully our
slippery slope.
language is strong enough and clear enough that it covers all of that. Not in a restrictive way, but it gives pause to. It becomes part of the criteria.
Well, here's an option. You just say minimally visible and not have it relate to the street.
On any
There
public
is
way.
I'm sorry.
Now, whether that's politically, that's the other part of this, is what's politically doable here. And that's why it's more restrictive than what existed. And, you know, I'm not a politician, so it's hard to forecast this thing, but that's why it is more restrictive on purpose than I personally would have proposed. But trying to get it
And
past the
technically,
blue
you could say,
text.
technically, you could say those view corridors and those specific views are character-defining architectural features of the city. You really could.
Mm-hmm.
So,
You know, I'm going to take a step back and say I appreciate the political concern of this June 3rd date. The problem is we're rushing. That's the problem, and I don't think we should rush ordinances, and so that's the problem.
We've been rushing it since when?
could I just ask for some a bit more clarification between? I'll be very simple. The blue text and the red text. Because what I'm seeing is, and I'm hearing from speakers that I have great respect for and know that if they are, I would agree with their comfort with the language, because I've worked with them and I know that they understand this issue. But I need a little bit more clarification between the blue text versus the red text. I'm sorry.
Can you bring the blue back up?
Yes. We saw that very briefly.
So, do you want me to take this?
Sure.
So the blue text was intended to basically exempt solar panels on roofs, no matter how visible.
And the blue text was generated by?
Councilor Denton with an amendment by Councilor Blaylock.
Right.
That's what they're putting forward.
All right. I have never seen it in this format, which is why I was confused. This is the first time I've seen it in this
Yeah.
format.
It's the first time it's been put together.
Right. Okay.
Because the amendment was just at our last meeting a week and a half ago, so.
So considering all the work that has gone into the red text, if we are going, if someone were to make a recommendation of just simply adopting the red text without any consideration for the blue text, is that an option? And is that basically what I feel like might be happening?
That's my recommendation.
Yeah. Okay.
We have an amendment on the floor. What do we do with that?
I know,
I'll suspend it for purposes of discussion if we want. You know, it's just we want to take the whole thing down.
Did you say you
I'll withdraw it for
you
now.
You withdrawing it?
I second it.
You second, you're okay with that?
He's withdrawing, I'm okay.
So what are the roof materials in the view that Mr. Coviello is concerned about? Like,
I think
are
more.
they all,
No, they're
slate and wood, or they're?
probably mostly
They're all
asphalt
varied.
shingles.
Trust me, we had a whole discussion about how, believe it or not, asphalt shingles are now historical because they've been around for 100 years. There was a very, very long discussion at City Council about all of this. I do feel like there could be support for what we've proposed. I agree that there might be some issues down the road. I also agree that character-defining architectural features could be considered some of those view quarters, and that will then, because that minimally visible, it's going to go through, there's going to be more discussion, and there's probably going to be more clarification, but I think we're going to have to, if we don't present something I'm worried that they're going to be exempt altogether and we're not going to get a chance to even fix this down the road. So my recommendation or hope is that this board would seriously consider moving forward what we have drafted. Let's see where it goes through July. Maybe we keep working, and maybe come second reading in June, or, you know, we have some other changes that we want to recommend.
Hopefully there won't be any changes to the language. There's been a huge compromise here, and
And we needed something that was a compromise in order to politically sell it. And that's what I've been just trying to play middle of the road here through council and HDC. That's how I feel. And I thought the planning board was the best maneuvering to make that all happen. So I think that's what we've created. I think it's come out of a lot of effort and a lot of work on behalf of each of the chairs. So it is my hope that we would move this forward so that I can present this on June 3rd and make the argument that this should be what we're looking at and hopefully going to approve should go forward versus what's on the screen.
I could support the red
And if
text.
that happens, you have my commitment, and I know we have a commitment from the HDC to keep working on other amendments that we can address that topic. Andrew.
I have a great deal of respect for Councilor Denton and Blaylock. I would really, really emphasize to them that if they haven't watched the previous meetings and work sessions with the HDC and this board, that they do so, because without watching that and having context to how we've arrived at this red text,
Yes.
they will be completely lost, and it will be lost on the public as well. And so
Councilor Blaylock sits on the HDC.
I understand. I understand. I was bunching them together. As
You may
they've
want to
done.
watch it again.
Yeah.
Well said, Andrew.
My point in brevity is, I don't care how you politically sell it. This language was constructed by the people who focus on this the most and who have volunteered their time, not as city councilors, but as HGC members and planning board members, to arrive at this compromise. Now, we have just heard from not only the Portsmouth advocates, but the HGC themselves, that they are in favor of this. I have no interest in changing it, although there may be future changes. We need to take action before we start thinking about the next action, right? So it is in our best interest to push the red text forward, and then at some point in the future, understand if the HGC has any additional changes to that. So that is my only comment. I think we can just proceed.
You
I'll
fully agree
second
with
that.
everything
That's
I
a
said.
motion, and I'll second it. That's very well said.
It was well
I
said.
would repeat that exactly.
I hope. I didn't write that down.
Is that a motion to advance the red text?
I make a motion to advance the text that we've read tonight, that
Can you just say the May 16th draft?
the May 16th draft that the planning board has reviewed this evening.
I'll second.
The red text.
It probably won't be read when they read
No.
it, so.
Is there any further discussion?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
And just to be clear, I'll bring it forward under my name as an amendment at first reading.
Thank you, everyone. And thank you for,
Red, blue, or green, I don't care.
Get us out of here, Chewy.
we're going to take a 5-minute break.
Yep.
Oh, good. Wait, what's next?
come back to order. Next item on our agenda is request the City of Portsmouth as owner for property at 0 Maplewood Avenue. The city is requesting a wetland conditional use permit to complete upgrades to existing drainage outfall between the cemeteries adjacent to Deer Street by adding an additional 48-inch pipe in parallel with the existing 48-inch pipe. This work is being proposed in preparation for increasing capacity needs to accommodate sewer separation on Fleet Street and surrounding areas. Compensatory mitigation is proposed to offset these proposed wetlands impacts. Proposed mitigation will also serve as an embankment revetment to aid stabilizing the slope behind the cemetery that is currently being undermined. Area of disturbance includes approximately 590 square feet of impacts from outfall improvements, 3,870 square feet for proposed mitigation marsh restoration. A portion of the outfall work is located on the abutting property of number 90 Maplewood Avenue. City DPW has been corresponding with the owner of that property, and a draft easement documents have been provided to the property owner. This property is on Assessor's Map 124 Lot 2 and 124 Lot 19 and Map 164 Lot 4 and is in the Office Research and Municipal and Historic Districts. I will note that the city manager and Councilor Moreau have recused themselves as abutters. Who is here to present this project?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Dave DeFosis from Public Works Department, here to present fairly quickly. I know time is precious. So really, this project started as a consent decree from the EPA to drain area of the downtown, commonly referred to as Fleet Street area. It involves the Vaughan Mall. It involves Congress Street by the Music Hall. It involves Fleet Street itself and up to Market Square. So all that flow that's in that area needs a place to go once it's separated from the sanitary sewer system. To do that, we are proposing a second outfall pipe that will mirror the existing outfall pipe that was installed during urban renewal circa 1972, I think. So the way that we've designed it, and I have Underwood engineers here with me tonight, Dan Rochette and Jake Stoddard are both here. They've been working on the project, and we're almost through getting ready to submit permits to the DES for a wetland permit. But the way that the project is designed, like I said, is a duplicate outfall, basically, and that's going to increase the capacity of the drainage system for the downtown. It also is going to provide stormwater treatment, which we don't have right now. So the way that the system is designed is that there'll be a bypass weir in the manhole, so that this new pipe will handle the common flows that we get. So the normal storm events will go through a jellyfish filter and get filtered out, where that doesn't happen right now. And then both pipes will be available for surge stormwater, so that in the event of massive storm events, both pipes will be utilized. And the jellyfish is in an offline configuration so that it doesn't lose all the stuff that it's captured and treated. So that's part A of this project. Part B is shoreline stabilization for behind the North Cemetery. There's some erosion going on the back side. So it actually is mitigation for I think there's less than 600 square feet of actual wetland impact. We're actually doing a mitigation project where we're going to create a salt marsh behind the cemetery. So, and Dan can go through those plans with you real quick. So the project is really to build an outfall to stabilize the back shoreland of the shore of the cemetery, and to provide treatment for the stormwater, and basically tee this up as part one of a three-part city project. One will be the outfall, two will be the Vaughan Mall area, and probably Congress Street with that, and three will be the actual Fleet Street area. So that being said, I'm going to bring Dan Rochette up. He's going to go through a quick presentation. If you have questions, we'll both be available to answer your questions after that. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave.
All right. Thanks, Dave. Good evening, Chairman, members of the board. So as Dave mentioned, this outfall work that we've requested the wetlands permit for is required to increase the capacity for the existing outfall. There is. So just for reference, the yellow outlined area here, that's the drainage area that we're trying to capture out of the outfall, or out of the separation work. The blue area is the area that was identified by the consent decree to be separated, which is Fleet Street. And then the yellow area is what we've been referring to as the Fleet Street area improvements, which includes that phase 2 and 3 that Dave just mentioned. Vaughan Mall, Congress will be the first, and then Fleet Street, State Street would be second. The green area is kind of the added work that came through the preliminary engineering to add drainage capacity and add a second pipe. So that goes down Maplewood Avenue, starts at Hanover, goes down Maplewood, and then goes down the railroad access to the existing outfall. Go ahead, Peter. So yeah, just to recap, as Dave mentioned, it's an additional 48-inch pipe. So we're essentially doubling the capacity. We're going to relocate the existing head wall closer into the embankment. I have a couple pictures. You'll see that the existing head wall, and I'm sure all you guys have seen it, kind of sticks out into the pond right now, and it's all been eroded around it over time. So we're going to try to pull that head wall back, put it back into the bank, and clean up the grading. As Dave mentioned, we have treatment proposed. There is some direct runoff that goes from that paved parking area. There's a swale right now where all that runoff kind of goes directly into the pond. We do plan to regrade that area into a berm to cut that off and direct it into the new drainage and the treatment. And we are proposing some check valves, commonly referred to as tide flex valves, so that if when the tides go up and down, the check valve will prevent the tides from coming into the drainage pipes. Go ahead. So this is kind of a snapshot of the new drainage pipe in the outfall area. This is the paved lot in here, and then this is the railroad property over here, and then the access is kind of off the picture. So this is the new outfall area right there. Again, it's the existing head wall will be removed. We need to put a new head wall in that'll accommodate both pipes. It'll be brought into the embankment. The stormwater treatment unit Dave mentioned is here. The swale that we're going to be eliminating is in this area here. That's going to be cut off. And I think that does it. The proposed pipe is the bold pipe, and the existing pipe is the shaded out line that's above the bold dashed line. Go ahead. A couple pictures of the existing outfall here in head wall. You can see that the existing ground has been eroded from around it over time. The head wall is just sticking out into space. And I've tried to indicate where the new head wall will go. And if you were to go out there and look at it, there's a pipe joint right around here. It's probably an 8 or 10 foot length of pipe. So that head wall will be approximately in that location. Go ahead. So as part of the head wall work, we are impacting the wetland area in the pond. It was about 470 square feet, which led to us proposing a marsh restoration as mitigation to the wetland impacts. And as Dave said, that also serves as stabilizing the embankment that's starting to be undercut adjacent to the cemeteries. And as part of that marsh restoration, we are going to include it's all based off water elevations for the tidal elevations, but there is some additional tidal buffer that'll be planted as well. Go ahead. So this is a depiction of the marsh restoration. So the cemeteries are right along up in here. And you can see the pipe below it. So the restoration is directly adjacent to the wetland impact. And you can see I have the marsh area and the tidal buffer areas outlined or defined. Go ahead. So this is kind of just some features that the restored marsh will include. We put some boulders in to help break up the ice to prevent the ice from damaging the vegetation and the plantings. There's going to be a stone. The marsh is kind of it's a perched marsh, so we're going to regrade the area to put it at the appropriate elevations that we want for the plantings. And in order to do so, there will be like a kind of a stone stabilized slope to help prevent future erosion and that marsh from getting chewed up by the water. There's some choir logs that go in throughout the area to help prevent long-term erosion and also provide some definition between some of the marsh zones. It can also provide a walking surface for people to go in and inspect it when they're doing the maintenance and maintenance inspections. There is some existing marsh in the area. There's a little bit down in here that we'll try to incorporate into the grading. All those existing trees along the embankment behind the cemeteries is proposed to remain. We don't plan on doing anything with that really. I think some of that might even be invasive, so the recommendations were to leave as much of that in place as possible so we don't have to deal with it. And then, again, eliminating the drainage swale. Go ahead. So this is kind of a cross-sectional view of what the marsh will look like from a grading standpoint. So this is, if you were taking that picture, we were just looking at it, cutting a slice in it and kind of looking at it from eye level. This is that stone slope here that's depicted. This is the proposed grading, so this would be the new grade of the surface, and this shaded dashed line here is the existing grade. So you can see we're lifting that up a little bit. We are proposing some choir blankets underneath the stone, and it extends a little bit into the marsh to help, again, provide protection from erosion while it's all being stabilized. And you can see we've tried to depict the boulders here. Those get placed just kind of sporadically, just to help that with that ice breakup. Go ahead. A couple pictures of that area where we're going to put the marsh. So this is the kind of the cemetery up here on top of the embankment. The marsh would extend all the way to where that stone wall ends that heads towards that tomb. So the marsh would start here and work back this way. You can see some of the undercutting underneath these trees over here. And then you can see some of that existing marsh down in the lower corner. Any training sessions for this pointer? Go ahead. Just another angle of the marsh. This is more from the parking lot. This picture's from the parking lot up here. You can see that drainage swale over time has created some erosion. So with the work we're proposing, that'll be addressed and mitigated, and future erosion should be prevented. And then, again, some of those existing trees along the back that'll remain and be protected. Go ahead. Just trying to depict some of the planting zones on this. There's a low marsh, there's a low marsh, a high marsh, and then the tide buffer zones, and that's all based off of tide elevations. So the green is the low marsh, orange is the high marsh. That's a pretty narrow zone, and then the red up top is the tidal buffer area. So each one of those zones has specific plantings that we'll be specifying and proposing. Go ahead. So this is what those color zones look like from above. You can see the low marsh is the biggest area, and then the high marsh in orange kind of provides a break between the low marsh and the tidal buffer. The marsh zones are a mixture of different types of grasses that are suited for those areas, and then the tidal buffer gets more into the shrubs and some more woody type vegetation. Go ahead. So we obviously presented this to the Conservation Commission, I think at their April 10th meeting. And at that meeting, the approval was recommended for the wetlands CUP with a couple conditions. I highlighted some of those here. One of them was to restore the disturbed areas outside of the marsh zones with the conservation mix. add some signage identifying the marsh in the restoration area to provide notice for people not to walk along in there. I think we did add provisions to fence off the area during vegetation establishment. And then the requirement for a long-term maintenance plan, which is also will be required by the DES wetlands permit as well. That's one of their requirements. I think it's a 5-year duration for a maintenance and inspection plan. And also, I mentioned a little earlier, but management of invasive species. Go ahead. So we had done a couple of revisions after the CONCOM meeting. We increased the identified wetlands impacts to include everything within the 100-foot tidal buffer. We added some comments from New Hampshire Fish and Game about the American eel that they provided during their review. We added some additional temporary erosion control details, and we decided to specify planting the marsh vegetation using bare root instead of kind of like turf mats. And I think that's the last one. Go ahead, Peter.
Chairman, we're just getting signals from the sound booth. You might be moving away.
Oh, was I moving too much? I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm sorry. Was there anything that I need to repeat that was
No,
missing?
you're
I
good.
just saw a thumb come in.
Okay, I apologize.
Keep going.
Yeah. So I think that's what I had for you tonight. If you guys have any questions.
You got an archaeologist on the team when you're doing the digging next to the cemetery?
So we do have part of our environmental review process that we need to do with the state for the funding that's being used. There has been archaeological reviews, and there's requirements to have provisions in the contract to be able to call them if anything is found during the excavation.
Okay. Yes, Tony.
Could you go back to the planting zone, slide 13, with the cross-section? There, while it's being brought up, is on the left side, you have some elevations there. Is that high tide and low tide?
Yes, the intent is with that is to depict.
One more. There you go. Yep. Like that. The elevations that are marked out.
Right here?
Yeah.
Yeah, so MLLW is mean low water. MLW is mean low water. MTL is mean tide line. MHW is mean high water. MHHW is mean high water. And then HAT is highest observable tide.
And the dashed line is present soil elevations?
Correct.
All right, so my question was, the stone is going to continue like being embedded into the soil, so you're not going to get undermining of the stone?
Correct, yeah, we'll try to the intent is to key the soil in, key the stones in. You can see we've depicted it here, going a foot or so below grade.
All right.
And then putting some fabric in behind it. I believe it'll be a choir blanket type fabric, so more natural product than your standard geotechnical fabrics.
Roughly how big are those stones?
It'll probably be like 12-inch stones.
Like a
I
riprap
forget
thing.
off the top of my head. Yeah, similar to riprap, but I think it's classified as stone fill. It's not as jagged, more of a round stone. There is a lot of stone in that area now, so the intent, if it's I guess the intent is to try to capture some of those stones before we start the grading process, to be able to reuse those stones in that slope, to be able to provide, I think the term is live rock that's already been exposed to the tides and whatnot, so they have some growth already on them, and try to incorporate those into that as much as we can.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Bill.
Is this part one of one, or is this the beginning of a broader problem? Do we have this elsewhere?
Marsh restorations, or
The need to do the separation and increase the outflow.
So the separation is part of the city's EPA consent decree that the city has to reduce combined sewer overflows. And so part of the project, when we extend into the Fleet Street area, and what we've done in other places in town, is when we separate the sewer and the storm water, we also provide connections to two buildings to be able to take the roof drains and flat roof systems and tie those into the drain line and remove those from the sewer.
So there are additional similar projects in the queue.
Hi, Dave DeFosis, Public Works. So there are a few major outfalls in the city. There's a couple at Strawberry Bank. There's one at the end of State Street. There's this existing one that is actually one of the bigger outfalls of the city. So as we do projects, if we need to do upgrades, we do them as part of the project. But principally, there's nothing in the current queue that there is something else to do, to answer your question. There's nothing, no immediate need yet that's identified, but we might be doing some work at like Prescott Park. So if we do that and we identify the need to upgrade the outfall at Prescott Park, then we'll do that there. But there's nothing known immediate need at this time.
Any other questions? Thank you. I'll open the public hearing. Anybody here wish to speak to, for, or against this proposal by the city? Anybody on Zoom?
No one's raised their hand.
I'm going to close the public hearing. We have staff recommendation.
Make a motion. I make a motion that the planning board vote to find that the conditional use permit application meets the requirements set forth in section 10.1017.650 of the ordinance and adopt the findings of fact as presented.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Anybody opposed? You want to keep going, Paul?
Yes, I make a motion that the planning board vote to grant the conditional use permit with the following conditions: 2.1, 2.2, and 2.3.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Next on our agenda is the request of 15 Middle Street Real Estate Holdings Co. LLC as owner for property located at 15 Middle Street, requesting site plan approval for the addition of 3 residential units in an existing commercial building. This property is located in Assessor's Map 126, Lot 12, and lies in the Character District 4, CD4 Downtown Overlay and Historic Districts. Who is here to present this application?
Thank you. Alex Ross. I'm a surveyor and engineer. I prepared the site plans that were submitted. So we have a really easy one for you here tonight. This is 15 Middle Street, and we are requesting site plan approval for the proposed third floor apartments. This structure was built back in 1865 as a church, and then was the Salvation Army since 1966. It's recently been renovated to house the Hotel Thaxter and a small restaurant. So as part of a city agreement back in 2020, site review approval is required for the final phase of the work here, and that's why we're here. The final phase is the third floor apartments. We did attend a TAC work session and meeting and have included the items that were listed on TAC's conditions of approval. What's odd here is that we're not proposing any site improvements. So if you look at the drawings, we tried to clarify that on sheet 1 which is the site plan. So I think you're on sheet 2. Yeah, so on sheet 1, on notes 5 and 6, a determination was made in 2020 by the city planning department that the construction of the inn and restaurant on the first 2 floors was exempt from site plan review. There being no increase in building height or gross floor area. The property is located in the downtown overlay district, and it was also determined that the inn and restaurant were exempt from parking requirements. And then on note 6, apartments on the 3rd floor were partially completed during the construction of the first 2 floors. An agreement was entered into between the city and the owner acknowledging that future construction of the apartments on the 3rd floor would require site plan review. This site plan review is a result of that agreement, approval to finish the construction of the apartments and use them as living space as requested. So we'd be happy to answer any questions you might have, but it is a little unusual in that we're not before you here showing you improvements because the site is complete.
No room. Any questions to the applicant? Yes, Tony.
These market rate units?
Yes.
Any other questions? Other questions? Thank you. I'm going to open up the public hearing on this. Anybody here to speak to, for, or against this application, or on Zoom? Nobody? Great.
Hi, Robin Husledge, 27 Rock Street, and my biggest question is just where are the people that are going to be living in these apartments going to park? Because we have parking problems in our neighborhood, which is adjacent. So, are they going to be parking in our neighborhood?
It's not a question and answer session, but your question is noted. Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak to, for, or against the application? If the applicant wishes to speak generally, they can do it too, but no requirement. If nobody else wants to speak, I'm going to close the public hearing. Public hearing is closed. It's the board's pleasure.
Make a motion. I make a motion that the planning board vote to find that the site plan application meets the requirements set forth in the site plan regulation, section 2.9, evaluation criteria, and adopt the findings of facts as presented.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Carries. Excuse me.
I make a motion that the planning board vote to find that the requested waivers will not have the effect of nullifying the spirit and intent of the city's master plan or the site plan review regulations, and to waive the regulations as requested.
Second.
Any discussion? This requires 6 votes.
Just a little discussion, I think, in I was on this board over a decade ago, and I remember a period of time where we required parking, and we had a convoluted method of trying to calculate what a project would require, from historical to what they actually had on site, and it created poor zoning for the city, where people were putting in parking and ruining the downtown atmosphere because of these requirements. And so I think this is in concert with what good zoning is, what our zoning is, and that in the downtown area we treat parking as a utility, and the city handles most of that utility. We've seen some private lots pop up, so I think this is in concert with what both our zoning and master planning guidelines are.
Thank you. Yes, Beth?
Just to follow up on that on parking, I mean, this is an inn as well, so there are people that come and stay there, so it's my understanding or belief that it's up to the owner to help accommodate these people, whether they show them where the parking garage is in which to get parking if they have cars. Maybe they won't have cars because they live really close to downtown. If they need to find parking, we count on the landlords and the people who own the building to help them figure out where the public parking spaces are.
Anybody else? All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Carries.
We have a third motion.
One more. I make a motion, the planning board vote to grant site plan approval with the following conditions. 3.1, the site plan and any easement plans and deeds shall be recorded at the registry of deeds by the city or as deemed appropriate by the planning department.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Next item is request by RIGZ Enterprises LLC as owner for property located 822 Route 1 bypass, requesting site plan review approval to demolish the existing building and construct the new commercial building as well as associated paving, stormwater management, lighting, utilities, and landscaping. This property is located on Assessor's Map 160, Lot 29, and is in the Business B District. Who is here to present this application?
Thank you again. For the record, Alex Ross, surveyor and engineer. I prepared the plans that were submitted. This site review application is for improvements to an existing fully developed site. Tax map 160, lot 29. We have a 0.68 acre parcel with access to Burkett and on the northbound side of Route 1 bypass. The existing parcel includes a vacant gas station, and as per the town files, the building was built in 1969. Last summer, the gas pumps, tanks were removed, as well as the gas pump island roof. The existing building will be removed in the near future. Some board members will recall we were before you for the abutting parcel, which is now City Tobacco. And what we'd like to do, what the owner would like to do, because of size constraints where City Tobacco is now, is construct a new building on this parcel and move his business there. So he has room for his business. I'd like to go through the plan set with the board. If we could look at the existing conditions plan. So on this plan, you can see we have frontage on the bypass and on Burkett Street. And that's where City Tobacco is right now. So he'd like to move it over to this parcel. And this is the old gas station building that was built in the 60s. The site currently does not have enough open space to meet city regulations. The current traffic flow is not organized. Traffic from Burkett, from the two driveways on the bypass, and from lot 43, and then also from lot 30, there's kind of an old pass-through or driveway up through there. So they all converge on this site without proper traffic control or any organization. One thing that makes this an existing complex site is the drainage. So there's a series of catch basins on the bypass that bring off-site flow onto this parcel. And you can see on this plan, the line labeled with D shows a drain line going under both of the existing buildings. So we definitely want to solve that. Also, there's a drain manhole at the top of Burkett Street and a sewer manhole. Both of those structures did not even show up on city maps. So it's kind of a land of the lost, forgotten area up there. As you drive up Burkett Street, there is traffic that passes through the parcel and goes to the bypass and accesses the parcel, but there's no easement in place for that access. So we're planning on getting an easement for that. If we could go to the site plan. So on the site plan, we've designed a site with 18 parking spaces in front of the building with an area for a fenced-in dumpster. Also, proper signage and parking layout will be in place to avoid any confusion with traffic. The existing pavement in the bypass shoulder is in poor condition and will be repaired. We have met with NHDOT to go over their recommendations for that area. At the front of the building, a new 6-foot wide sidewalk will be installed. Adequate parking will be provided. Also, the drainage will be completely redone, and a storm drainage filtration jellyfish will be installed to improve water runoff quality. If we could go to the next sheet, which is the landscape plan. So we've added landscaping where possible and increased open space. By adding more landscaped areas, the site will now be compliant with open space regulations. The plants we have chosen are a mix of small shrubs, flowering perennials, and ground cover that can tolerate this site environment. Please, the next plan, which is the utility plan. So the off-site drainage, as shown on the existing condition plan, shoots right underneath the existing buildings. So we designed sort of an outer loop to move that drainage to the front. So if you follow drain manholes A, B, C, and D, that brings all the drainage up front and then around the buildings and then down Burkett. Also, we have an inner loop of catch basins to control stormwater runoff and direct runoff to the jellyfish filter. So those are catch basins A, B, and C. Water for this site is served by a water line coming from Dennett up Burkett. And it's kind of an unconventional setup. It's a 2-inch line that serves this parcel and the parcel to the east. So we spent a lot of time with TAC and DPW for the best solution there. So we plan on installing a new larger line with a hydrant at the top of Burkett, and then properly sized lines to serve the new building. So there'd be a line for a sprinkler and a separate line for domestic, and a proper feed for lot 30. Also on the utility plan, we have a new gas line that will be installed in Burkett Street. If we could go to the next sheet, the grading and drainage plan. So this plan details the proper grades all around the building, sidewalk, entrance, and parking area for safe travel and drainage flow. We spent a lot of time with TAC members working with their recommendations to come up with the best design here. Then if we can go to the next sheet, the easement plan. So as stated earlier, this site is complex because there's so much going on and there's really no easements for what's happening. So we're clarifying everything that's happening and we're showing all these easements. So we have an easement for Burkett Street that allows public travel to go through the parcel. We have a detailed easement for Lot 43, and we have the off-site drainage easement. The following sheets in the packet give all the drain line profiles, drainage and sewer information, asphalt, and typical site details. Also in the packet is a lighting drawing, which will provide safe, dark sky-friendly lighting that will not impact the surrounding residential areas. This site is complex with existing issues, but we had several meetings with TAC and made sure all their recommendations are included in our plan set. The end result of all the improvements will be a code-compliant site that will provide a major upgrade to the site utilities, including storm drainage, water, sewer, gas, electric, while also improving landscaping, stormwater runoff, parking, and traffic safety. We did review the staff memo, which recommends site plan approval with a short list of conditions. We're happy to comply with all the conditions listed. I think I've covered everything, but we'd be happy to answer any questions you might have. I'm here with the builder and the owner.
Any questions of the applicant? Yes, Tony.
I've got a bunch. So the rear of the property, what I'll call, well, the rear of the building, is there width there for vehicle access to get through there, or no?
So there is enough width for maintenance, but we do not want public travel back there.
Is that being prevented?
There's a do not enter sign at the corner of the building. And the width back there is just a little over 9 feet. So, we don't have a 12-foot lane or anything.
You're not moving at 20 miles per hour back there then? There's lighting back there?
There is.
And projecting in the direction of the neighbors?
There is. So, as shown on our utility plan.
What sheet is that?
That is sheet 4. So there's a series of wall packs there. But also in the packet is a lighting plan showing the foot candles. So everything's directed downward in that rear area.
Do you have a cross-section through the property showing the elevation of the fence, the elevations of the light?
We do not.
How tall is that fence?
I think that's a six foot.
Is it solid?
So it's a chain link fence that will have the black inserts, so you don't see through it.
And how sorry, just if you can, I think you can answer faster than I can find it. How tall are these lights being installed on the building? How high, what height?
The backlight height.
To the top of the fixture, keep It's just more security.
Yeah, I understand. I'm just thinking of the neighbors. And you also have condensers back there. Is there another place for those condensers?
Not on that site.
If you would like to speak, you want to come up to the microphone?
The way that lot's laid out, behind it, there's a slope of a grass area that I think it's about 7 or 8 feet at the bottom of the hill. So there is a large buffer between the neighbors with a fence. The fence is put at the top. That's not the property line. Their property line is, I think, 7 feet below that fenced area. So with the way the building's laid out in those 3 little condensers, 2x3s, that's really the only area to put them to keep them out of sight.
You can't put them on a roof?
Not saying we can't, but we figured that for maintenance, scheduling, and trying to get access to them, that was the safest place to put them.
Can we get your name and address, sir?
I'm Dave Grisbowski, 237 Mill Road, Hampton.
And I'll parking lot that conversation. Is there a sidewalk on the front of this property? Is pedestrian travel even allowed on the bypass? Is that a sidewalk? Is that what that is?
So the sidewalk's in front of the building. There is no sidewalk proposed up by the bypass.
Okay, what is that buffer between the parking along the bypass and there's like a gray long rectangular?
Sure. So currently there is a curbed island there.
Okay.
And working with DOT, they wanted us to extend that to the property line. Because right now it doesn't extend to the property line. So that'll just be a concrete curbed area.
Okay. And then my recollection, this whole area has some gas monitoring for prior gas station leaks and whatnot. Have you come across any of that?
So I know last summer when the tanks were removed, the state was involved and all the proper permits were obtained for that. I'm not aware of the monitoring.
Yeah, when we removed the tanks, there was 2 monitoring wells right at the bottom of Burkett Street.
Right.
There is still one that's not active anymore, and they're not monitoring. There's been no contamination that was noticed, but on this particular site, we have a clean. They tested all the soils all the way to the bottom and removed the 2 monitoring wells.
Okay. Thank you.
And I guess it may clarify the rear, if we can look at the site plan. There is a jog in the property line. So behind the building, there's a 9-foot strip of asphalt, and then there's a wooded area, and you can see on the jog in the property line right there. So that's a 25-foot jog before you hit the rear property line. So there's a good bit of distance there.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but shrubs and trees don't block sound, and there's a considerable amount of year where their foliage is gone. So, but I'm done for questions for now.
Any other questions to the applicant? Did you have a question, Ben?
I've got a general question that the last master plan had conversion of the bypass to a road similar to what Lafayette is, with the neighborhood streets crossing. Does that enter at all into your thinking?
Neighborhood streets crossing.
And elimination of the dividing barrier in the center?
I guess you mean the divider between north and south on the bypass?
Yeah, the whole concept of the bypass would change, and it would be a street more similar to what Lafayette is now.
I mean, that would be possible. You know, the improvements we're proposing here wouldn't prevent that.
It's also a state highway, so you couldn't do it if you wanted to, I don't think. But I think the answer is you're not precluding it. Yes, Beth?
So I'm looking at a picture of what I believe is the back of the existing property. So you're replacing the fence that's there? Because there is a fence showing, at least in this picture.
I think portions of that fence are not in good condition, so it would be replaced.
But you're not replacing it with what's there now?
Well, the fence that we're proposing is similar to on 806, and that's a chain link fence with the solid black woven into it. So it's a good screening measure.
And will you be taking down any of the greenery that's existing now?
No, there's no plan to do that. On the site plan, there's a clouded area in that back where it says existing trees to remain.
Any other questions? Yes, Paul?
Is there any plan for use in 806 when you move to the new building in 822?
Not at this time.
At the mic.
And once this is done.
You gotta speak in the microphone.
Once this, not at this time, but once he moves out of one into the other, then we'd have to come back for any changes or use or what they determine to do with the other building.
So you won't be using it for storage or deliveries?
No, that's the whole idea of a new building. Everything's in-house in this style building with storage and everything there.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? I'm going to open the public hearing. Anybody wish to speak to, for, or against this application? Here or on Zoom? Raise your hand if you're on Zoom. Raise your hand if you're in the room. Going to close the public hearing. What's the board's pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I'd make a motion that we vote to find the site plan application meets the requirements set forth in site plan regulations, section 2.9 evaluation criteria, and adopt the findings of fact as presented.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
And I continue to make a motion that we vote that we vote to find that the requested waivers will not have the effect of nullifying the spirit and intent of the city's master plan or the site plan, review regulations, and to waive the regulations as requested.
Second.
Any discussion? Again, this requires 6 votes.
So what are they asking to waive? Where is? Sorry, I'm
Now
jumping between screens here. I don't have a iPad yet, so I'm going old school.
Sections 3.2.1 and 2 for traffic impact analysis, section 7.4 for stormwater management and erosion control plan, and from section 2.5.3.2b for providing other reports or studies.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, Beth?
And just to state, we kind of regularly waive some of these things when it's a very small site, and the change in the use is going to be fairly similar.
Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'll continue to make a motion that we vote to grant site plan approval with the following conditions, 3.1 through 3.6.
Second.
Can I make a comment just on the
Yep.
email I sent out earlier today about condition 3.3? to change that to the applicant shall add a note on the plan requiring advance notification to DPW of the construction of improvements within the public rights-of-way and on-site,
Yes.
instead of the requirement to require an oversight engineer.
Sure, yes.
Second.
Sorry, I didn't get that either.
Second agrees? Yes?
Yes, I agree.
Amended, we had a motion with amendment as in our email earlier today. Any discussion on that? Yes.
I'll just talk about it. It is nice that they're going to clean up the drainage and that they're going to put the easements in place. This is kind of a rodeo of a traffic now. There's no direction, there's no plan, so this will at least give people direction of where it's appropriate to drive and it'll give actually direction. So, and fixing up the drainage and the water lines is also helpful. So
Are we discussing this or the amendment right now?
the site
Or both?
plan.
Okay.
It's a motion with an amendment.
All right. I'm shocked there's no neighbors here talking about the conditions on the back there. I just wish there was something we could do to improve it, either lowering the lights a little bit or a more solid fence for sound or moving the condensers. Again, no one's here. The butters didn't come. 90% of life is showing up, so.
Well, if I could second Tony's concern there, having lived on Prospect Street facing Route 1 before, I know that lighting and noise and it has a huge impact to that neighborhood, all up and down Route 1. So if there's an amendment to simply lower the lights, it's a very reasonable request to lower the lights down to 7 feet, 7.5. I mean, anything at all that, or even to ask for a dark sky compliant fixture, a fixture that's a down light rather than floodlights.
We already
have to
require
be-
dark sky compliant.
Perfect. Yeah.
It's already in our regulations.
I
Point out-
think the abutters would probably appreciate having it lit you don't want people just hanging out back there. So a little bit of light, I'll pull the shade down, but knowing that someone's not just here's a nice private place to
There's also a berm back
Sip on
there.
a,
There's also a berm,
Flitz,
so,
you know.
the lights are already up in the air. Lowering it from the 9-foot wide pavement is still going to be pretty far above the neighbor's property.
Right.
Because of the grade. So,
But the fence is 6 feet. That's why I mean, like a cross section would have been really nice.
cross-section would show,
Yeah, that's why. And then on top of that, the condensers. I mean, you're sitting out there on a summer night and those things turn on, and I don't know. I'm fine with making a motion to amendment to lower the light a couple feet. I don't know what to do with the condensers.
Would it be a burden to ask for a solid fence? I mean, because that would act as the chain link fence with the scrim on it lets sound through.
Yeah.
But a solid fence
Would certainly help.
of the same height,
Yeah.
location, everything. It's a simple, I don't know if we can't ask questions at this point, but maybe.
can't ask some questions at this point. You can make that proposal if you want. But we have a motion and amendment pending. You could propose an amendment to the pending motion.
I think our job here is to look out the public's interest, so I'd like to make a motion to have a solid fence, 6-foot height, and to lower the lights to an elevation of 6 feet off the ground on the rear of the property.
Is there a second?
Do the makers of the motion have to accept
Well,
that?
first we have to get a second.
I'll second that.
So now we have, you made the first motion?
I did.
I seconded.
You seconded
I made the first motion and then
it?
amended
Then you
it.
amended it.
Yep.
How do you feel about that amendment?
I don't have heartburn over adding that requirement. I'm concerned with a 6-foot light. I guess, I don't know if it's going to make a difference because it's like they're dark sky compliant anyways. So I don't know if the 2 feet, I'm just worried about like people walking back there, they'll be able to more easily touch them, break them, run into them, hit them. I would suggest that they could be lowered as low as building code allows. I don't know if there's a building code that actually talks about height of lights, but I guess that would be my only concern.
I'm good with the fence. The lights, I don't think need to be lowered,
Right.
but I may be in the minority. So,
I'll amend the motion for just the solid fence, if it's okay with the second.
I'm in agreement.
Second agrees.
okay, so we have a motion to approve with the amendment from Peter and a solid fence. Everybody understand?
And when we mean solid, we're not talking materials. It could be vinyl, it could be wood, just has to be solid, right?
Is the word opaque, is that what we're looking for?
No.
No?
No, I don't
Just
think so.
solid, okay.
And I just,
Solid material, I guess.
Solid, no, I wouldn't say solid material.
Oh.
We just don't want, you could have solid pickets. We don't want that. We want a solid, no visible through the
Solid fence with net.
Block light, to block light.
To block light.
And sound. I mean,
Block light and sound.
and could I clarify that this would be condition 3.7, and it must be installed prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy?
Perfect.
Yes.
Yes.
We can't say it's going to block sound. It's going to
Inhibit.
provide a buffer for sound, but it's not going to actually, I mean, I understand your intent.
Block light and inhibit sound.
Yeah, that works.
Yep.
Mitigate sound.
Mitigate, either way. All works.
Okay. We clear? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Now, it is past 10 o'clock. I'm just not stopping the meeting, but I'm required to ask, do you want to continue?
I'm recusing on the next one. Will you need me for the rest of the evening?
Let's keep going.
Yeah, everybody want to keep going?
Yep.
Yep. it's fine.
Okay, I'm not going to request a vote then. To ask, 361 Hanover Steam Factory LLC is owner for property at 361 Hanover Street, requesting design review for the construction of a new building along Hanover Street with a 20-foot tunnel entrance from Hanover Street to a central courtyard, between the new building and the existing 361 Hanover Street or Portsmouth Steam Factory building. The courtyard will provide access to the interior parking areas at both existing and the new building. The upper floors of the new Hanover Street building will contain 12 residential units, and the Portsmouth Steam Factory building would contain 24 units for a total of 36 units. There will be 72 off-street parking spaces in the aggregate. Who is here to present this application?
Excuse me one
Good
second,
evening, Mr. Chair.
Just going to recuse myself as well.
You're going to recuse yourself?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I'm Attorney John Boson. I represent the applicant. With me this evening is Stephen Wilson and Shane Forsley from Hampshire Development Corporation. We're also joined with our engineer, John Shagnon, and our planning consultant, Nick Cracknell. We're here tonight for a design review under the site plan regulations 2.4.3 and RSA 676:4:11 for a mixed-use project located in the CD5 Character District. As you know from our last presentation, this property is subject to some very complicated zoning, not only because we're in the CD5 zone, but the property also sits at the Downtown Overlay District, and it's partially within the North End Incentive District. But with our team, and particularly with Nick's help, we have been able to design a project that's fully complies with the ordinance and requires no zoning relief. The zoning ordinance as written permits the 36 dwelling units that we're proposing, as well as the 4 to 6 commercial units that are required in the Downtown Overlay District, as well as the 72 parking spaces that we are providing on site. Our project goals, if we could go to the next slide.
Next.
Yeah.
Okay.
There we go. There's one more.
If you hold the button down, it should work. The top one?
The top button. There we go.
Okay.
Project goals line up with the North End preliminary vision plan, the city's master plan, and the purpose intent of the character-based zoning. Our building design also reflects the historic character of the neighborhood, as well as the design narrative of the North End vision plan. All in all, this has been a very carefully thought-out project with traditional buildings design, historic preservation, and the use of structured and/or hidden parking. If we could go to the next slide. The next slide, entitled Neighborhood Context, provides historic context we always think is important in the city of Portsmouth. This site was once the home of the former Portsmouth Steam Factory, which was a 5-story building, 70 feet in height, and was built in 1840. This building once employed over 400 people. We don't have great photographs of the building, but if you look in your packet, you can see that it was an Italian Revival building design. Over the years, this property has been used as a steam factory, a textile mill, a car dealership, and most recently in 1978, it was the headquarters for Heinemann Publishing Company. All in all, though, this property has served both industrial and commercial uses for the past 180 years. This slide also depicts some of the buildings that surround the property. You can see the various mix of uses, but this once thriving commercial industrial area is now predominantly surrounded by residential uses, which are encouraged in the CD5 zone and the overlay districts. To the north, there are 4 to 5-story buildings such as Foundry Place and the parking garage. To the south, the Pearl Street Church, which is 40 feet in height, and there are also a number of single-family and multifamily homes and buildings to the east and the west. So a variety of structures, variety of roof heights ranging, upper 20s, 30, 40, 50, 60 feet in height in this area.
Next slide.
Yep. So the next slide is a summary of the existing zoning that applies to this particular property. And as I mentioned, the property is located in the CD5 Character District. CD5 District is an urban zoning district that allows for a variety of high-density commercial and residential uses. These standards allow for 95% building coverage, footprints of up to 20,000 square feet, and just 5% open space. For buildings such as ours, located along a public way, a maximum setback of 5 feet is required. Also noteworthy is flat, gable, mansard, gambrel, and hip roofs are permitted in this zoning district. To further complicate things, this parcel is located entirely in the downtown overlay district, and the northern part of the property where the existing building sits, it's within the North End Incentive District. Now, as you know, the downtown overlay district requires that the ground floor be used for non-residential purposes, and off-street parking is not required in the DOD. We're not convinced that this property aligns well with the requirements of the DOD, given the heavy concentration of residential dwellings in the area. But as of now, our plan strictly adheres to the requirements of the downtown overlay district in the CD5 zone. We are considering an option for residential uses on the ground floor, but that does require zoning relief. And at this time, we're showing only commercial uses on the first floor that do comply with the ordinance. If we were to go that way, we'd have to go to the zoning board for relief, and that has not been determined at this time. The existing building on our site does lie within the North End Incentive Overlay District, which allows for an additional building story, and it requires both community space and workforce housing. At this time, though, we're not seeking any of those incentives either. Next slide is entitled the Development Standards. Thank you. Development standards of the CD5 zone that our project was designed to meet without requiring any zoning relief. In sum, the entire project is designed as a maximum building height of 40 feet. It meets all setbacks, front line build-out, and proper building length, building coverage, building footprint, open space, first floor height, roof type,
and all required parking for the residential uses. So with that background, I'd like to invite John Shagnon to the podium, talk about the existing conditions plan. There's a proposed license area, there's a proposed subdivision plan, and he'll walk you through the general site, and then I'll come back and we'll answer any questions.
Thank you, John. John Shagnon from Haley Ward. This slide here entitled Existing Conditions shows you the conditions of the site. The site boundary is in blue, rather odd-shaped parcel. The area A is the Portsmouth Steam Factory building. Area B is the powerhouse building, and C is the existing surface parking area adjacent to Hanover Street. So there's two existing buildings on the site. It has some off-street parking. It is primarily impervious surface, whether that is roof or pavement. Access and circulation comes from Hanover Street. There's also a crossing from Hill Street that you can cut through the site, and there's a license area that is immediately to the northwest of the area between the building and the retaining wall that is now along Foundry Place. That license area is in existence and was critical to the operation of the Heinemann building. So on city land, there were parking spaces. They were partially on city, partially on the lot, but they were leased. The area that was on city property was leased parking to the Heinemann building. Next slide. Existing site conditions. The lot area is 43,245 square feet. Current building setbacks are 100 feet in the front, 0 to 44 on the sides, and 0 in the rear. It has 38% building coverage. There are 62 parking spaces, not including the leased spaces. And the site access, as I mentioned before, from Hanover Street and the end of Hill Street, which is private. The open space is non-existent in a way because it's entirely covered impervious surface, and the drainage is, as mentioned before, entirely impervious, so what drains off is accommodated in the local drainage systems. The next slide, please. That shows a proposed license area. So due to the irregular lot shape and the fact that there is a retaining wall along Foundry Place, there are areas that are adjacent to the site that would make sense to be included in a lease area as a part of this development. And in exchange for that lease area has limited access to anyone else, there are retaining walls that separate the grade from Foundry Place to the grade behind the building, which make it inaccessible to the public. But as a part of the licensing of this, the developer would be agreeable to maintaining those retaining walls, and that would be a benefit to the city. There is potential for other maintenance and improvements along Rock Street. There's an area that is currently grassed between the edge of the parking lot and Rock Street, and the idea would be to, in the licensing, improve that area considerably with some landscaping and buffering. Next slide, please. Part of the package is a proposed subdivision plan, and the subdivision plan would create two lots. The lot that is highlighted in red, which would be the Last Chance Garage, as known, building would contain 4,717 square feet. The remainder lot would be 38,528 square feet. Both lots would meet the coverage and open space requirements of your ordinance. 8 parking spaces would be attributed to Lot 1, the lot highlighted in the red that would be cut off from the development at this time. And those parking spaces and the building itself would be accessed through an easement. Next slide. So we're going to talk about the as of right design plan, which is what we're here for. Next slide. So on this 38,528 square foot lot, there would be buildings with 1 foot front setback, 0 and 5 foot side setbacks, and a 0 foot rear setback. The lot would go to 75% building coverage. There would be 72 parking spaces where 51 are required. Access and circulation would remain pretty much the same. There would be the access from Hanover Street, but the access from Hill Street would be channeled into an additional 10-foot corridor to the east side of the proposed building. As mentioned, there would be that access under, so sort of a first floor access under stories above that would lead into the courtyard in the rear and lead to the entrance to first floor parking in the so-called Heinemann building. And then on the front building, there would be parking that you would access from the courtyard in the rear. So on street side, you would not see the parking. It would be well hidden. The plan would develop 5.3% open space on the development lot. Drainage would be handled in the same manner as is now, only they would be taken from the roof and not the parking lot level, but it would be dealt with in a similar manner. Same with utilities. Just be some new utility connections to the front building. And again, the off-site improvements would include open space in the courtyard and access for pedestrians through the site, some sidewalk connections, and as I mentioned, some upgrades to the area between the building and Rock Street. Next slide, please. The proposed land use for the site, Building A, is the reuse of the existing building. It would have 24 residential dwelling units with 2 ground floor commercial units, liner in the front, 20-foot back. Building B along Hanover would have 12 residential units and 2 to 4 ground floor commercial units, again 20-foot deep, with the parking in the back. So we have the parking, 4 spaces in the courtyard, and the vehicle and pedestrian access that we've talked about. Next slide, please. The building height and roof types. Building A is a 3-story, 40-foot mansard roof. Building B, 3 stories, 40-foot with a mansard roof. Next slide. Parking layout. So Building A, being the back building, would have 42 spaces on that first floor level. 12 would be tandem, 18 individual. Building B, the front building, would have 26 spaces, 12 tandem and 2 individual. And in the space between the buildings, the courtyard, there'd be 4 individual spaces, or 72 spaces provided. Next slide. We have a couple of views of proposed building elevations. Building A, next slide. Building B, and the next slide shows the building height, how it was calculated, and the use of the mansard roof, complying to the ordinance requirements for how you measure building height. Next slide. I'm going to turn it back over to John Boson for the summary. Thank you.
Thank you.
That pretty much concludes our presentation. What we have here is an as-of-right plan. We've designed it meticulously to meet the development standards required in the ordinance. Plan involves a subdivision for Lot 1, total of 36 upper floor residential units, 4 to 6 ground floor commercial units, and more than ample parking. So at this point, we would respectfully ask the board to find that the design review process is complete. Happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Questions to the applicant? Does everybody understand what design review is? Okay. Questions to the applicant? Yes, Paul.
The powerhouse building and the retaining wall along Foundry Place, it seems like it's a time for some creative engineering solution to that. And now that you're proposing a development and a subdivision that this is very likely the time. Have you considered that at all? We have a vertical concrete wall. It might even be a little bit of a negative camber at this point, kind of leaning towards Foundry Place at some points. And the Powerhouse building foundation, very exposed down to the street, and maybe
I'm
not.
probably not the most qualified person to answer that, but maybe either John or Steve would take a crack at that. Yes. Bring up Steve Wilson and answer that question for you.
Thanks. Hi, Steve.
Hi, good evening, everyone. So, my name is Steve Wilson. I'm the owner of the property, and also principal of the construction company, so I know of what we speak. That wall that we're referring to actually begins at, goes around also to the southeast side of the building as well, to the front corner of the existing building. And there's really three conditions of the retaining wall. On the southeast side of the building, it's a modern poured concrete wall in reasonably good repair. I say reasonably good because it does need some attention, but it's not to be abandoned or demolished. Going around the corner, there's it transitions to a more modern wall that is probably vintage when they tore down the Rock Street garage, so in good condition. And then it transitions as you come towards the Last Chance garage and the foundation that you reflect, and that's is the area of the wall that would need the most attention. And then it ultimately transitions to the foundation of the Rock Street garage. A short portion of it, because they replaced all the electrical there, and that's where they wound up replacing a significant portion of the wall, goes directly to a rubble foundation, which is granite pieces, brick, etc., and it's in very poor condition. So I think in order to continue to hold that building up, it becomes more of part of the structure than a retaining wall at that point, although it serves both purposes. That area really needs to be shored up and encapsulated in a new concrete wall that takes the weight of the building off of the rubble that's there. So the answer to your question is yes, it will be considered. It's part of my proposal to the city council to shoulder the burden of repairing that wall with their with their input, of course, and approval. And so it will be considered. It will require engineering, and it will require some attention from the contractor.
Thank you, Steve.
Sure.
Yes, Tony.
I guess, sorry, Steve, you went back too soon. What would be the effect of eliminating the wall?
Well, I would say that the
away from the Rock Street garage, you obviously have an existing that wall is the foundation of the Rock Street garage, but I mean more page left on the plan view.
Okay, so I'll say that the wall is in excess of 8 feet of transition area. And it goes down to about 4 feet or 3 feet at the front corner. I'd have to measure it to give you an exact measurement, but it's a significant wall. So and everything on the garage side of it, not the Last Chance garage, but the new municipal garage, is a broadened sidewalk which allows for pickup and transient pedestrians to gather. So there's a fattened sidewalk. You can see it on the plan how it goes towards the retaining wall. So you'd have basically only about 12 feet laterally towards our building to slope down to that elevation. So I think eliminating the wall would be prohibitive. I just don't immediately see how you could do that, because your slope would be excessive to get from the sidewalk up to the elevation of our property. We also don't control that area yet, but our intention would be to provide that. At the very corner, the left upper corner of this, that's all modern wall. There's a transformer there and heavy power coming under that wall in two locations, the power to our building and distribution network to the new building at Foundry Place, and I believe other buildings in the area, and it enters the rear of our building. So I would say, just generally, that's probably a very
But if your intention
be a
is to-
difficult thing.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, I apologize. Your intention or your request to the city council is to take ownership of that land or a license of that land?
No, I'm going to struggle with the nomenclature, okay, but we have no reason to own the land in a fee simple, and we're not intending to expand onto it with any construction. I would say it's mostly aesthetic, because it's all broken paving and stuff, so we just want to get a license to control it, to improve it landscaping-wise, maintain it over the long haul. And our interest in that is to enhance the yard around our building.
If I may be so bold to ask just a theoretical question, if the council was like, hey, we'd rather, sell this to you, I think where my mind is going, and I think some of the other members of the board, is can we improve this area from being this ugly retaining wall? Can we bring it down to grade, in concert with your development? If there's a, hey, now you have more space on this side of the building for development, can the whole area be improved?
Yeah, I think that the addition that you see on the back of the building, which is that rear rectangle, is a slab on grade, so it would be a very shallow excavation, 4-foot trench effectively around the edge, and it wouldn't undermine the existing building. And if you got too close to the back of that retaining wall, and I don't believe removing the retaining wall is a possibility. And when you see it, and I'll provide some photographs of it, really the transition area would be prohibitive.
Saying if the transition area became a building.
Yeah, I mean, we looked at that and looked at acquiring the land. It just is not beneficial to the project. That would have to be commercial space down there. And, the city had actually originally anticipated leasing some of the ground floor of the new garage as commercial space, and that was not scooped up by anyone, so we really have no interest in that. We did look at it, though, to answer your question.
Thank you.
The purpose tonight is to identify issues and
Yeah.
not necessarily solve them, but I share the same concern that it seems like we could possibly find a way to make that better, as opposed to, and I appreciate your concerns with it from an economic perspective. I'm not satisfied personally that there isn't something that the city and you couldn't do together, perhaps, to improve that, whether it's extending a building out that came out and stepped down. And then the question is, would it have to be commercial? Could there be a way to get around that, which might make it easier for perhaps to have it happen? Because it's bleak, and that wall doesn't do a thing. I mean, that sidewalk is, it's all weeds, and, people don't and won't walk there, so.
And I didn't mean to slam the door on it. I think the question was whether I had a solution or an issue. We're certainly going to have to communicate with the town on what's best for the town for that area out back. And that, and actually, in addition to listening to the abutters' concerns and some of the other ideas that the board and others may come up during the review of the project, we're completely open to suggestions and other things that, we haven't seen, because a few people in our group, as talented as these guys are, can't think of everything. And so the answer to the question is we're amenable to it. We just would have to look at it further during the review process.
Okay, well, that's the purpose of tonight, to identify things. And
Yeah.
Also to hear from the public. One thing you have asked us twice now in your application, and I'll just take this opportunity, is about a traffic study. Does the board feel, we don't have to settle on that tonight, but it's come up in earlier discussions. We don't have to make a decision right now. You can think about it while the public is speaking if you want. Joe and then Bill.
I just wanted to speak to, I want to throw another idea out that might address the wall issue. Perhaps there's a landscaping feature that's terracing down and giving pedestrian access to the backside of your project. Maybe there's a terracing structure that brings you down to that lower level rather than being a building, but it might be a little more inviting for the project as well.
Well, I mean, I think we have a common goal here, which is to make that back area more inviting, and we're certainly not adverse to accessibility. Maybe you dig some of that out and make a park area that you could step up to from that road. So I think that we have a common goal in that we don't want it to continue to look the way it is.
One little twist on that would be a footpath to the Foundry Garage, so that the neighbors would have commented that it would be good to have guests of your people, if they've got a place to park a car, to put it in the Foundry Garage as opposed to the street. And if there was some pedestrian access through the back of the property to the garage, that would be a good twist on it. The tunnel that you have on the front, the alternative that might have been more commonly thought of would be to have two buildings and have them facing Pearl Street as opposed to being offset a little bit from Pearl Street. Can you talk a little bit about why you've come to that conclusion that you have?
Well, once again, we have actually developed a plan that had two separate buildings out there. Because of the necessity to have a 22-foot drive behind them, the buildings really need to be rectangular, but that doesn't mean it has to be one continuous building. And so the plan so once again, I mean, we're receptive to considering these things, especially in light of some of the comments written by the abutters about the monolithic nature of the building. And it doesn't always come down to economics, that decision. We really do want the buildings to look good when we're done with them and serve the people who are living there. We want them to be able to say, hey, we live in an attractive facility. So another idea, and maybe with your permission, we could bring in a little more fair representation of the two alternatives of the tunnel. I hate that term, but so you could see what the two buildings look like, and also relative to the building that you see in front of you now.
Karen?
In my 4.5 years on the planning board, I think I've only been participating in one site visit of a project. Is this something where the planning board could go on a site visit, a site walk?
Idea.
That way we can involve the public, we can involve...
I mean, we would appreciate that, because as Attorney Bozen mentioned, it's a complicated site. It has
Right.
many facets. It's got
Right.
different exposures on all sides. So I think, especially in light of the retaining wall, et cetera, it would be a great exercise. So we would appreciate that.
Good idea.
We actually anticipate, as part of the site review, once we file for formal site review, I think you'd want to do a site walk. We'd welcome that.
Thank you.
If the tunnel had an arch, that would help too. Any other questions of the applicant? I'm going to open the public hearing. Anybody here wish to speak to, for, against this design review application? And to remind everybody, it's 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 3 minutes. You have to speak the first round if you wish to speak in the second or third round.
Thank you.
Good evening, Elizabeth Bratter, property owner, 159 McDonough Street. The site plan review regulations require that the plan sets include all necessary documentation of ownership and impacts. On page 18, it is stated that licenses and easements will be developed. The existing licenses existing license and easements include vital information regarding the relationship between this property, the use of public land, and the city for said agreements. They are referenced but not included in the plan set or explained. The importance of this information regarding the license mentioned on page 15 was left out. The second piece of information regarding the license does not meet the site plan review regulations because it is an inaccurate representation regarding with whom the license agreement was made. The agreement is not with the many different LLCs at all. It is with Kearsarge Mill Unit Owners Association. This has allowed the license to pass with every sale of the building because it is not attached to the LLCs, but is attached to the condo association. The failure to disclose the existing license as a parking exchange may be considered a violation of the regulation because it is a huge part of the impact on how the proposed change will have on the adjoining streets and surrounding properties. Portsmouth traded the use of 18 public parking spaces in the rear of this building for private use. In return, 18 spaces on the front of this building were turned into public use from 6 p.m. at night till 8 a.m. in the morning during the week with no restrictions on weekends. It has been shared by neighbors. There have been issues regarding 361 honoring the agreement, which has been in place since 2006. Some have shared they've been told they can't park there. Recently, private metering has been added for the public spaces. The neighborhood has been plagued with parking issues for years, which this team is fully aware of. Eliminating 18 spaces for evening and overnight parking will have a huge impact on the neighborhood and its businesses. The second piece of information not disclosed is the access agreement which the city has. What the question is what is the 14-foot wide access easement shown with, and whom is it with? Will it be open to the public? The development team left out important pieces of information which are necessary for you to evaluate the impacts of the requirements of RSA 676 and the site plan review recommendations. Please do not allow this application to move forward as it is presented. Thank you.
Thank you. Coughing fits tonight.
Good, very late evening, board members. My name is Nicole LaPierre, and I have lived at 44 Rock Street for just shy of 20 years. Prior to that, Islington Creek was the first neighborhood I lived in Portsmouth. It is my family's home, and I am a direct abutter to the proposed structures to be built on the former Heinemann lot. I have many concerns about the proposed structures. Primarily, I am here to request a light study and traffic study. Large structures cast a large shadow. The current proposed structure is not broken up to let in light. It is monolithic in facade design and overall structure. I am requesting a light study to determine how the structure will impact the homes on Hanover Street, as well as the residents that will be a part of the original Heinemann building structure. I am also requesting a traffic study based on the increased demand this structure will inevitably create on parking and traffic. The extra story in the old Heinemann building would result in the requirement for 60 off-street parking spaces and 8 visitor spaces to be located partially within the courtyard and within the ground floor of the buildings. However, 46 units equals 92 cars. The parking spaces are also in tandem. The nature of this design inevitably will also increase street demand parking based on roommate schedules. The only entrance and exit is directly across from Pearl Street. I am requesting a traffic study because I wonder what impact will this have on Pearl Street. Will it essentially be an extended driveway? I'm also concerned about the traffic to Rock Street as well, and Hanover for that matter. Will additional traffic lights be needed on Pearl and Rock Street? Pearl is already difficult to exit because it's hard to see beyond the parked cars on Islington. The building, in conjunction with the other multiple structures in the area currently under construction will inevitably also re-raise the issue of the need for a neighborhood parking program. I am concerned about the city's reactive response versus the obvious proactive response to growth when it comes to residential parking. Furthermore, the Heinemann structure was zoned CD5. I'm going to just skip ahead. And I think the idea was that things were to be built on the Foundry side, as someone was speaking to earlier when you were talking about the retaining wall. And my hope would have been that the entrance and exit to anything built would have been on that side as well, to alleviate the traffic and parking issues in the neighborhood. And as many different purposes as the Heinemann lot has historically pre and post fire served, the now parking lot was always a pasture, and I'm concerned about a huge structure abutting old colonial homesteads. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Planning Board members and Chairman Chelman. My name is Robin Husledge, and I reside at 27 Rock Street, Apartment B, and I am a direct abutter of 361 Hanover Street. Firstly, I am not against the development of this property at 361 Hanover Street, especially if it adds housing, which is great. I am, however, against the Planning Board accepting this applicant's proposal in its current form for the following reasons. One, the zoning is incorrect. This property is zoned CD5 for commercial development, the most dense character district possible within the city of Portsmouth. This zoning is what is defined for use along places like Congress Street in downtown Portsmouth, our commercial center, where you have big buildings next to other big buildings, with commercial enterprises on the first floor and offices or residential spaces above. CD5 zoning does not belong in the center of our small historic neighborhood in Islington Creek, surrounded by mostly small houses, 1 to 2.5 stories high. Even the applicant stated that commercial enterprises are not viable in this neighborhood, which is why they would rather not have commercial on the first floor, but prefer to have residential on the first floor. I agree with them. Commercial and CD5 zoning has no place on this property. In 2018 through 2022, a group of neighborhood residents and I worked diligently with the planning department on having this property rezoned, and the planning department agreed with us and voted unanimously that this property should be rezoned. We first worked with Juliet Walker until she left, and then we worked with Beverly Zent, who replaced Juliet, until she left, and then we worked with Nick Cracknell, who's here, until he left, and who is interestingly here. Let's talk height and massing. Simply put, the building being proposed along Hanover Street is too big for our historic neighborhood. This building is 47 feet in height and 178 feet long. By comparison, the homes surrounding this building on all sides are 20 to 35 feet in height and 19 to 38 feet wide. A new development should complement the building which surround it, not tower over them, dominating the small houses in our neighborhood. The proposed monolithic building should be broken up into smaller buildings to let in light and air, which is how buildings in our neighborhood are arranged. As I have said, I'm not against the development of this property, but it should be respectfully developed to complement our neighborhood, not destroy it. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Randy Wright. I live on Sudbury Street. Take one step out my front door, go right 50 paces, and you're in the middle of the property being proposed for development. I also am not against development there. I think that their hearts are in the right place. They want to do the right thing. It's just too much. The chaos that goes on in that neighborhood, and I wholeheartedly suggest you go there. Spend some time. Maybe see what it's like on Market Square Day, or fireworks, or any of the things that happen, the Christmas parade. This area is one-way streets. We often joke in the neighborhood is you're only there if you live there or you're lost. Because everywhere you go, you got to turn around, and then there's a fence if you do, or a bar getting over to the parking garage. Now, I'm not trying to say that, be naive enough to think that's not going to be developed, but it's just too much. And I tell you, I've been there for 37 years. When I moved in that neighborhood, I had a crack house next door. I couldn't even get an occupancy permit because my house was such a mess. But my wife and I had a vision and good, strong backs, and within 10 years of owning the place, I won House of the Year in restoration from the advocates. I mean, my heart's in it. I've watched it grow. I got people next door having babies, pregnant women, human beings having families. To put this property in my neighborhood is going to destroy it. It's just too much. The traffic, the 100 cars, the chaos, it just will be too much. That's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bryn Waldwick. I live at 30 Parker Street with my wife and a 16-month-old and a new baby coming this fall. Our concerns with the development as proposed are threefold. The first is traffic. As was just said, I would really suggest that you go try to drive around the neighborhood at many different times of day. It's difficult to pull out from Pearl Street onto Islington. Trying to take a left onto Islington from Pearl or Parker is very difficult. Pulling onto Hanover from any of those streets is difficult because it's one way and there's cars parked in the street. It's kind of dangerous to pull out. And we also worry about gridlock from Bridge Street to where Hanover meets Maplewood and then up to Maplewood meeting. The beginning of Islington is already starting to become almost too busy to the point of that it gridlocks between those two lights. And adding this many more cars to the neighborhood with the streets as they are is it seems like it needs to be studied, basically, the effect that it will have. The next is sort of the visual hierarchy. And as discussed, I think it's a great idea to do a site visit and walk around the whole neighborhood. Stand at the corner of Parker and Hanover, stand at the corner of Pearl and Hanover, Rock Street in Hanover, Rock Street in Sudbury. Go to the Rock Street playground and look at the site, look at the hierarchy of the buildings. Go all the way to the end of Hanover and walk back towards the site. Go out McDonough and walk back towards the site and look at the hierarchy of the buildings. Right now, the Pearl is sort of the centerpiece of the hierarchy, and then there's a bunch of 2.5-story houses around, and sort of this monolithic 4-story building that's going to be a solid front right on the street is not building into that. It's kind of just imposing a new hierarchy, and I think that's sort of the opposite of preservation. If you want to point to the parking garage as why this building should exist, that seems weird. If you want to point to the new building that's right now Tyvek wrap, that seems like that's not preservation. And then the last thing is I hope that developers take this into account because we really don't hate the idea of developing this lot, but architecture is more than just the facade or the drawing of the building looking like the others or the bill of materials. It's about the community that surrounds it. And in these streets, people walk dogs, people push strollers around, kids ride bicycles in the street just to the west of this property. Kids ride rollerblades talking to their friends on the video calls on the phone just to the west of this property. People eat ice cream with their kids on their front steps. People talk on the balcony of all the condos on Hanover Street, and you can kind of hear them. You can hear them laugh, and it feels like the right place to be. And I just don't think that the facade of this building sort of fits into that, and it's like part of the connective tissue of the community, and it should take more of that into account. There's great examples of this if you go near Goodwin Park or the like of more broken up buildings that do this. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Matt Worth, 439 Hanover Street, about 4 houses down from this development. We understand that this parcel is going to be developed as it's much too valuable to be an empty parking lot. But ultimately, the development should be appropriate and respectful to the neighborhood, as we've heard tonight from other members of the neighborhood. all of these are similar issues that came up 2 years ago when somebody else tried to do another development that was of similar nature. But I think we have to go back to the city having made several mistakes in developing the zoning for this parcel. The neighborhood has made several attempts to get that zoning fixed. The CD5 character district is not appropriate to the Hanover Street side of this parcel. It is the only lot on the street that has this zone, and it's sandwiched between the CDL4 and General Residence C. So is this spot zoning because it's only one lot on an entire street? The downtown overlay district should not be applied to the Hanover Street portion of the development. The downtown overlay district was made to the Foundry Place developments when the city made the deal with the developer to buy that parcel to put in the Foundry Place garage. It should apply to the Foundry Place side of the property only. Traffic generated by that overlay should be accessed from Foundry Place, not the narrow Hanover Street. The North End Incentive Overlay District currently bisects the lot, so why doesn't the Downtown Overlay District do the same? Why is this the only portion of the Downtown Overlay District that is not subject to HDC oversight? All of the rest of the Downtown Overlay District within the city is under HDC. The HDC is the place where we go and we talk about scale, massing, and appropriateness. So we wonder if this was intentionally left out of the HDC's purview when the original Foundry Place deal was made. Again, this is a spot zoning. It is now up to the board to work with the developer to craft an appropriate development that does not overwhelm the neighborhood visually and with the traffic. Vehicle traffic. The Downtown Overlay District, which allows for a large development or runs along Foundry Place, should route traffic to and from Foundry Place, not Hanover Street. Some traffic can utilize Hanover Street, but it should do it in a safe manner. The driveways should align with Pearl Street. If you look at diagram 11 that's in the packet, the entrance to the tunnel is offset from the main building. It's also offset from Pearl Street. Diagonal movements are probably the most dangerous movements for vehicles. The other question is, how are cars going to come out through that tunnel and see pedestrians on Hanover Street? And then I think somebody has started to mention, where do visitors park? The neighborhood has a very limited number of spaces. I'll continue later.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sean Corin, and I own and reside at 407 Hanover Street, a direct abutter. First, I'd like to address our May 9th letter that my wife and I submitted. The board must consider the impact of the development prior to accepting the design application. It does not appear that the project narrative adequately evaluates the historic nature of the directly abutting homes. Our home is a 225-year-old timber frame colonial sitting on the edge of what was once rock field. It is in a cluster of 5 timber frame colonials of similar age. Some were likely even built by the same person. I am intimately familiar with the uniqueness of this very old construction. The project narrative ignores this history. Proposed development will entirely dwarf the 5 rock-filled colonials, which are 28 feet or less at the peak. I understand the need for housing in the city and am in favor of appropriately sized and architecturally appropriate residential development of this lot. This proposal would be acceptable closer to town, but not in this location. I am aware of no development in our neighborhood in the last 15 to 20 years, aside from the Foundry Garage and Foundry Place of similar scale to the proposed development. In fact, the closest similar development is 6 blocks away in what I call the Hanover Street Canyon, located between Maplewood Ave and Market Street. This project will set a precedent encouraging similar sized developments between our house and Bridge Street that will further diminish our neighborhood's character. The proposal is not a transition from downtown to our neighborhood as promised by the city with the introduction of character-based zoning. It is downtown in our neighborhood. Turning now, sorry, that's not in there. The other thing is, you talked about that retaining wall and possible uses that would benefit the neighborhood. How about having that be an access for the exit for the cars instead of Hanover Street? It would relieve the traffic. and a lot of the things that the neighbors had issues with. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Marcy Vaughn, and I am a resident at 407 Hanover Street. I know I've just handed up a hefty document. My husband, Sean, and I have been gathering information on it for some time now. The first issue, I'm going to just sort of walk you through it so you don't have to read it. We cover two issues in this supplemental document. The first is the Portsmouth Steam Factory burial ground. Exhibit 3 to that document shows that the Portsmouth Steam Factory burial ground is the site of 4 graves dating to the 1700s. Exhibits 2 and 4 speak to the location. Those graves were discovered in 1847 on the western edge of what had been Nathaniel Adams' garden. That garden was located on the east side of Rock Street. That garden became the site of the Portsmouth Steam Factory. That same area to the east of Rock Street in what was once Nathaniel Adams' garden is now the parking lot of 361 Hanover Street. Now, I read the project narrative, and I don't see any mention of the Portsmouth Steam Factory burial ground. It may very well be that the developer has evaluated the location and understands more details of this than I do. I've scoured the Athenaeum, I've scoured public documents. Everything I can find says that those graves still exist. Perhaps the department staff knows more about it than I do. I did mention this to department staff on April 26th, and they still recommend approval. But I urge this board to clearly evaluate this issue because RSA 298.3, Section 3, Part 3, prohibits new construction, building, or excavation within 25 feet of a known burial ground. The statute's very clear that that burial ground need not be documented in a deed. So the purpose of that buffer, that 25 feet buffer, as some people here may be familiar with, is to protect graves of servants and slaves who may have been buried in unmarked graves in the vicinity. That's the first issue, and I urge you to consider it before you vote yes. The second issue really turns on the purpose of tonight, which I've heard several of you say, being to identify what are the issues and concerns here. I keep hearing as of right from the developer, but my time is ending, so I'm going to hit you on the next 5 to talk about my concern that there's been a due process violation of my neighbor's rights with respect to a January 23rd, 2020 meeting of this board where there was a unanimous vote to hold a public hearing for input on their proposed amendment to zoning in this neighborhood. We've scoured the record. There's no evidence that we can find that that meeting was held. I'll be back for more. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other first-round speakers?
Yes, we have one. We want on Zoom.
Whoever's on Zoom, who is it?
Hi, this is Jill Dignan. I live at 427 Hanover Street with my husband, 6-year-old, and a baby due in September. Just want to first start off saying I agree with the prior comments, especially around acknowledging that development is inevitable, and Portsmouth, of course, does need to find additional housing wherever it can. But really that whatever is planned for this lot should be respectful to the existing neighborhood. So with that said, just want to highlight a few concerns, and we'll try to keep this brief. Number one concern is potential violation of height and, more importantly, massing limits set by the zoning ordinance. Number two, insufficient parking spaces when we think about guests and things of sort, leading to congestion and community impact. And most importantly, 3, misalignment with the master plan's vision for maintaining the historic character of the neighborhood which includes enhancing pedestrian friendliness and promoting sustainable development. So when considering the master plan and the concept of character, I believe this proposal poses several challenges. And just to highlight a couple, the vibrant theme of the master plan, which encourages walkable development, the proposed development scale and potential parking inadequacies when considering commercial patrons and residential guests is likely to increase reliance on cars and deter walkability, which will conflict with the goal of creating a vibrant, pedestrian-friendly environment. I think some other folks spoke to this earlier, but really this neighborhood has minimal traffic today due to the character of the neighborhood, with many children playing after school and on weekends, oftentimes spilling over into the streets. Someone mentioned kids riding bikes in the streets earlier today. And I know many neighbors are concerned about the massive increase of traffic and congestion that will disrupt the current character of the neighborhood, not only diminish that walkability, but pose risks to the many children that live in the abutting neighborhoods. I also wanted to highlight the resilient theme from the master plan, which emphasizes long-term sustainability and resilience. Currently, the proposal's parking and traffic impact could affect the overall environmental quality and sustainability of the area, and I would request that in addition to a couple of the other studies that were mentioned, the lighting study, as well as the traffic study, to be doing an environmental study as well. I think also what was suggested earlier, the site walk is critical for the planning board to get a feel for the neighborhood. I noticed the aerial photo showed during the first few slides of the presentation was conveniently set at an angle that showed mostly the proposed site plus the Foundry garage. But if you take a full aerial view on Google Maps of the adjacent blocks and all the abutting houses, it's residential, it's predominantly historic, colonial, and New Englander homes. Lastly, just want to state, I don't know anywhere else in Portsmouth in a residential neighborhood where development has included a tunnel. It's unprecedented as far as I know, and this alone should raise serious concerns about the project. Overall, I think it could be perceived that the developer is taking advantage of the CD5 zoning that was afforded historically for this property, and that exploiting that zoning to its fullest will negatively impact the neighborhood in several ways. And on a final note, I just want to highlight that per the master plan, any proposal that challenges the character and scale of an existing neighborhood requires extensive public input. So would definitely want to recommend that the city, continue the discussions and maximize how we can get public input around this topic. And I know there's other neighbors that could not attend tonight that will definitely be part of that process.
Thank you. Any other first round speakers? No other first round speakers? Any second round speakers?
5 minutes.
Good evening, Elizabeth Bradder, property owner, 159 McDonough Street. I just want to make sure that it's clarified in the record what I heard them say was that they are not going to be doing the community space or using the North End Incentive Overlay District to be able to provide community space online. So with that said, I'm not going to read to you about what the community space issues were. I'm going to move on. The North End Vision Plan was finalized before the Foundry Garage was built. The land was flat at that time, and now there is about a 10-foot grade difference between where the Foundry Garage is and the Islington Creek neighborhood. The belief at that time was that all the properties would exit onto Foundry Place, but I believe they ran into ledge. Something bad happened while they were digging there, and all of a sudden we have this giant hole in the ground. This lot has a large public lot between it and Foundry Place. That's all that public space that they showed in blue. It actually fronts on Hanover Street, and per the zoning, the height is subject to the Hanover Street height. This area was cleaned up by the planning department as housekeeping in 2022. It was going to be a general cleanup of heights, and you guys were involved in that, except for you, I'm sorry, you missed that. The Downtown Overlay District and the CD5, as well as the North End Incentive Overlay District, should have been removed at that time. due to the building fronting on Hanover Street and not on the Foundry Place. However, the Planning Department refused to add them to this cleanup list and shared they would address this at a later time, which is what members of the Planning Department have said regarding the rezoning that was brought before the Planning Board of Portsmouth in 2020 after numerous meetings with the Planning Department themselves and the neighborhood, starting as early as 2018, possibly earlier. The elevations show one long building that fronts on Hanover Street, which has less than a 12-foot high tunnel going underneath it due to the ceiling heights there. The fire truck requires a minimum height of 12 feet, making that tunnel unrealistic. The building length is over 178, and it is not at all in keeping with the size and location of the buildings on the rest of Hanover Street. It dwarfs the Pearl Church and surrounding homes. It could be broken up into 3 or 4 houses or units, or whatever you want to call them, to create a better balance and a better facade modulation. Each building could have parking as needed in the rear. The front of the buildings could be kept at the front buildings, the height could be kept around 35 feet with gable roofs. To add insult to injury, the mansard roof is not even close to what is found in the area. Almost all the abutters have gable or flat roofs. The Heinemann has had a flat roof since 1939, possibly earlier than that. That's over 85 years. Please do not allow this preliminary review to move forward. They are missing documents necessary to evaluate how it will impact the parking and traffic flow on this lot and in the neighborhood. The functionality of this lot regarding open spaces is questionable, and regarding the mansard roof is unacceptable. The proposed addition to the rear of the Heinemann building will have an impact on the use of that public property that's in the back, which all of these consist of inconsistencies per sections 224.5 of the site plan review regulations. We'd like you to hold off on this until something better is brought forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do 2 minutes on this and then hit 3, so we get to.
Hi, Marcy Vaughn, 407 Hanover. I'm just going to return briefly to the second issue that I'd like to bring to your attention, which relates to the zoning. You've obviously heard my neighbor's concern around zoning. I'm fairly recent to the neighborhood. Personally have concerns that the zoning is invalid under 674-17-2, but that's for a different forum. For tonight, what I think one of the concerns that you should be paying attention to is that on January 23rd, 2020, the board held a hearing. The board unanimously authorized a public hearing for the neighbors to provide input on a zoning amendment that was offered by the neighborhood. I didn't live there then, I wasn't there. But had that meeting been noticed, I would have gotten it because my husband was an owner, and I would have attended that meeting. Sean and I have scoured the planning board records. We've gone through minutes, we've gone through agendas, we've talked to our neighbors, and to the best of my assessment and evaluation, and it could be wrong because these records are hard to search, but as far as I can tell, that public meeting was never held. Now I know there was a lot going on at that time, but the bottom line is that the planning board holds a ton of power. And the department staff holds the key to the castle. The department staff is charged with ensuring that the public has access to this quasi-judicial process. And if that meeting was never held, and now we are here today with a developer who's saying, well, I have as of right to CD5 zoning, downtown overlay, that everyone acknowledges, including the developer's consultant, is inappropriate for this particular site, that causes me to wonder, was there a due process violation? And if there was a due process violation, the concern that this board should consider is, if we vote yes tonight, is that going to exacerbate the damage of that potential violation? So that's my concern. I think there has to be a deeper site review. There could be graves on this site. And then secondly, what is going on with the zoning? So that's all I have. Thank you.
We can share. Thank you.
This is Matt Worth again, 439 Hanover Street. What I just handed out is a aerial view of, this is part of Portsmouth from 1927, which shows the Ford dealership when it had a pitched roof on it, which was basically a 2.5-story building. And you can see the surrounding neighborhood of houses that are here. We've had several people talk about scale of the development. Take that building, move it to the front of Hanover Street, and there, the proposed building is actually taller than that. And you can see how massive that would be over the top of all the adjacent properties. That is why we're here mostly talking about how the CD5 and the Downtown Overlay District incentive program is not appropriate for this part of the site, especially along Hanover Street. We do agree that probably commercial uses on the ground floor will not survive down here. As the developer had actually mentioned, the front of Foundry Garage, that's been empty all this time. It doesn't make any sense. But if the developer is willing to reduce this, to get that change through the Zoning Board of Adjustment, the compromise should be that the buildings along Hanover Street should be 2.5 stories high to match what's on both sides of their property. If you look at the exterior elevations that they put into their package, they conveniently left out the size of the buildings that are immediately adjacent to it, which are much smaller. So as part of the further development, there should be a streetscape drawing that allows you to see exactly what fits in there. A lot of additional information was in the email that I attached. But the other question is the existing rear building is noted as being much taller. It is also, the design that was given for it uses the elevation of the parking lot on the front of the building, which is kind of somewhat continuous, as the base point for grade. Really, this, with the Downtown Overlay District being the Foundry Place Road, that really should be your starting point for the elevation of this building. Other items that we have is, so going back to the whole issue of this is the only Downtown Overlay District parcel that's really not under the purview of the HDC, that is now your responsibility to take on as far as the appropriate scale and massing for this neighborhood. One other minor point is in the presentation. It talks about the workforce housing incentive. It doesn't sound like they're planning to go in that direction, but one of the items it said is that they're proposed to be located on the ground floor of both buildings, but within the character zoning, workforce housing units shall be distributed throughout the building wherever the dwelling units are located. So just strongly encourage you to look at the massing of this building. Looking forward to the site walk, and I think the 1927 aerial gives you a good feel for what this neighborhood is really like. Thank you.
Thank you.
Randy Wright, Sudbury Street. One final thing. I don't have any of the technical perspectives like my neighbors do. That's what they do. I'm very proud of my neighbors. I can't say it enough. But I can tell you this, we've been good. We've been putting up garages and presently under construction within a 9-iron of my home are 4 5-story plus buildings being built, not to mention what's going to happen down by Reese's. Enough's enough. You got to step up for us. Just the fact that I'm a neighbor, I'm a citizen of this town, and I'm standing before you and telling you, I don't want this. I don't want this. That should be enough. And why I have to come here and say that, I don't know why. But you need to stick up for us now. This can't happen. I live in a 1764, was built in 1764. How does that coincide with tunnel? Thank you, folks. I appreciate you being here so late.
Any other second round speakers? Anybody on Zoom? Last call for second round speakers. I'm going to close the second round. Any third round speakers? I'm going to close the public hearing. And folks looked at the site plan review regulations under the section that deals with design review, what design review is, and what we are supposed to do under design review. If you haven't looked at it, it's, for those who understand this, and I think some of you do, the purpose of design review is not to finally approve anything in the project, to say there's sufficient information to proceed. What it does for a developer, if design review is accepted and they file an application within 12 months, they've locked in the zoning. That's why they're looking for design review. It's a common process, especially for a large project. If we find that we do not have enough information to adequately consider this, we're supposed to enumerate what is missing. And we have to reference something in our regulations to support that. So if you feel you just don't like it, that's really not enough. From our perspective, we have to have something more substantive. A fundamental challenge to the basis of the zoning, I think, is beyond what this board can consider this evening. It's been raised, it's part of the record, but we have what we have. We have zoning, we have site plan. Those are the two tools to consider. And again, it's not the end. We can ask for more information. I mentioned traffic earlier. Several of the neighbors have mentioned traffic and other studies that we can ask for. We can suggest them now. We can suggest them later, unless you feel there is a fundamental element missing that could change the project fundamentally. Yes, Joe.
Bear with me, I'm fading fast, but I don't know how we can sit here after hearing what we've heard tonight and not ask for a traffic study. And you can tell me if it's appropriate to ask for it at this time, based on what our guidelines are. For the success of the project as well. I mean, this is I think the residents of this neighborhood deserve this, and I think for the success of the project, it's going to have these things. The traffic study, I think we need an archaeologist involved. I think shadow studies are appropriate to determine the impact that something of this size will have, on light and shadows. And I just also want to clarify one thing about the Foundry Garage. It was referenced a few times tonight that the commercial space, that the test for whether or not commercial space would work in this neighborhood, the Foundry Garage was referenced. And to my knowledge, we've never put the Foundry space out for any kind of, we've never offered it for commercial space. So that's really not the test for whether or not commercial space would survive in this neighborhood. But we have heard a significant amount of very thorough investigations of every topic in this neighborhood tonight, and I think the project needs to respond to it.
I wonder if I could ask some refresher questions for me as a planning board member. If some of you don't know, I was one for 5 years, about 12 years ago. And so I think it might help the public to hear the answers to my questions. And although
we can,
I think I know some of them.
I may need your help.
Yeah. The fact that the master plan may have an idea of what to do in the area doesn't, it plays somewhat role, but more if what zoning is in place at the time the applicant applies is really what the zoning is in place.
Correct.
Yeah. And as far as historic nature of development, we really have when we're not in the historic district, this board really has a hard time defining the facade aesthetics. There can be some, right? You know, when it has to do with other site stuff, like traffic flow with the tunnel or that sort of stuff. But, you know, saying, you know, a mansard roof in this area is inappropriate, it's not really our purview, correct?
It's a stretch.
It's a
Without having more design guidelines, which we do not have.
Yeah. And grade is a very well-defined mathematical thing. It's not a matter of choice. But the grade on a site is not a matter of a applicant deciding I'm going to take advantage of the slope of the site. It is a mathematical formula to determine grade on every site, correct?
Right.
Yeah, okay. Massing, again, it's kind of goes to the HDC. It's really hard for us to.
There are some limits of building size in the character districts.
Okay. All right, great. And then, but we do have the ability to call in an archaeologist.
Yes.
And I do think we should do a site walk. I do think we should do a traffic and light study. And I think, you know, when I was on the planning board before, we never had design review. I think a clarification should be made. I think there were some elements discussed about what the law is and what happens in a site review. And I think we're all in agreement with that. But this is design review, and it's a little bit different.
Design review is much like a preliminary discussion which we had at the last meeting, except, as I said, once the planning board accepts design review as being complete, it starts a process that can lock in the zoning sooner than the other processes. There's other ways to do it. There's other ways to vest your project, but design review vests the zoning sooner.
Yeah. And to change zoning is a long, drawn-out process.
Well, as you saw with solar, it doesn't always take a long time, but it usually does take a while, yes.
But it's through the council, 3 public, readings of it.
It has to come through the planning board first,
Yep.
and then it goes to council for 3, first, second, third readings.
But any single citizen can recommend a zoning change.
It still has to come here,
Yeah.
yes.
Thank you.
That's correct. My question is a technical one. These additional studies, which I think are probably a good idea, do they rise to the level of deficiencies of information or just things we've identified as in need in the future?
Right, I mean, yeah.
If we go through the list of
Mr. Chairman, I
2543 and 2531,
I have a question about doing a traffic study on this, and I'm concerned about traffic here. But with the existing conditions there and the by right uses of that property as it is now, couldn't it create more traffic potentially than what's being proposed with this project?
well, this is a by right proposal, so could you do something else? that
Could you do
create more?
something there that is not this project, which could create more? I mean, it's a big piece of property. There's a big parking area. It's zoned CD5. You could do a traffic analysis on this project, but something could end up going there anyway that could be something else that could generate as much or more.
Probably. We'd have to look at it, but yeah.
So that just makes me wonder what we would get from a traffic study.
Well, what you'd get is like a recommendation whether that gate should come out at the end of Boundary Place, perhaps, and what might, if it's even possible, to have an exit onto Foundry Place from the project, as it's come up a couple of times. Bill suggested it, and a couple of neighbors suggested it,
The alignment of the driveway, the tunnel.
Right. The alignment on Pearl Street, a traffic study could look at how many vehicles are going to try to make that sort of diagonal cross, or whether they're going to turn. There are assumptions that have to be made with traffic studies. It's not pure arithmetic, but it does give you some data to work with. I mean, it's a congested area already. We know that.
If we, the studies that Joe had proposed traffic, shadowing, and there was one other. Archaeological. Would we find that the review process is complete without those studies?
That's my technical question. It's, I haven't been faced with this particular one before, so I think Peter's doing a little research as we're
Yeah, I mean,
talking.
these would likely come up during the site review process. I don't know if it would prevent you from.
Don't they all fall under additional studies? Is there anything?
I suppose in the archaeological study, if there's truth to the statement that there is a burial ground there, then you cannot build within 25 feet of it.
There was also abandoned burial grounds.
Right.
So is it an abandoned burial ground?
Right. Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think any of us know. We won't know without the analysis, but.
Yeah.
So.
So we need a legal opinion if these things rise to the level of denying design review.
Or postponing consideration. Can we postpone to get legal feedback or clarification on this?
We could. I think we're supposed to act.
Excuse us. Excuse us. Do we have precedent for this, Peter?
I don't know.
Well, we have some legitimate questions. We could consider continuing it to a time and date certain. I think these are serious questions, and I'm reluctant to, if we accept it without addressing these questions, we have locked things in more than maybe we should. So I don't know that we can do that. So I say that with caution.
Yeah. And if we deny it, what have we done?
If we deny it, we have to be specific as to how it is deficient. It's a pretty comprehensive package. And an archaeological study is not one of the enumerated things we have to that we request of an application
During design review.
during design review.
So it's not a reason to deny.
It's not a reason to deny. It could be, my question that I raised to Peter, and I think we're both struggling with it. Well, if I can find it again. We are supposed to determine if the request for design review includes sufficient information to allow the board to understand the project and to identify potential issues and concerns, and shall vote on whether to accept the request for design review and to schedule a public hearing. If the board determines the request does not describe the project in sufficient detail, it shall notify the applicant of the specific deficiencies that need to be addressed.
Okay, hearing those words, I understand the project clearly, that's been presented. I understand the concerns. It doesn't mean those concerns go away if we move this forward.
Correct.
Well, if that is the criteria for making our decision, I understand clearly what the project is, and I understand clearly what the concerns are surrounding the project. So, and we must comply with this language. We can't go outside of this
It
language.
says shall.
Yeah.
It's on page 5, on to page 6 of the site plan regs.
Very good, Joe.
And the downside of that is what?
Downside of which?
Accepting?
Excuse me?
Accepting the submission?
It's not a downside. My question was, And by the way, the preceding section says things like detailed engineering and infrastructure utility plans are not required. So we don't need everything. We just need to identify things. The more I think about it, the more I read it, I'm leaning more towards we really have to accept it.
I'll say the unspoken part. I mean, there may be a perception in the public that if we deny it, the city council could suddenly rush and change the zoning in this area, and that is not going to happen, right? I mean, it's not practical, it's probably not legal, it's probably not a lot of things. So we're
Again,
delaying an inevitable.
They can't do it without coming to this board. That's a requirement of our zoning. So, and that's not a reason, I wouldn't delay this a minute for that.
Correct. I just wanted to get that out there. That might be a perception that that's something we're losing the ability to do if we approve this. It's not real.
We have a staff recommendation. It is 11:30 at night.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion, and if I can get a second, then open it up for further discussion. I move that the planning board vote to find the design review process is complete and to schedule a site visit and public hearing.
I'll second. Would you like to just discuss it now, Paul? Would you like to explain now?
The way you articulated it, and Joe kind of echoed that, you know, we have received a comprehensive application. We understand it. We also understand the concerns about it. We have not been able to agree or articulate on a reason to deny that this design review process is not complete. And the next step in this is this site review and having the public hearing so that we can address concerns and provide additional feedback and input to the developer for the site plan application. And request the additional studies of the parking, traffic, archaeological, and
light.
And light.
There may be others, too, as we
Maybe
get more
others.
information. Tony, you had your...
Yeah, just my understanding of this, the intent of this question being asked is to stop the condition that used to occur where there was a zoning change working its way through planning boards and city councils, and a person who owned a property would run before the board because zoning doesn't take effect until the second reading, I think, and so someone would run before a city or town with a terrible set of plans, hand sketched, and say, "This is what we want to do. We're locked into zoning. Too bad." And so this is to say, hey, you can't do that. You have to provide a real submission so that the board understands the project. And so I think that's, given that we know that was the intention of this law and this reason why they have this, the wording that you read, I think we meet that criteria. So I'd have to support the motion. I don't know how it could stand otherwise.
Yep.
Okay. We'll have additional studies and whatnot, but any other discussion?
I guess I would just ask, you're going to schedule another public hearing?
We're supposed to.
Well,
is that
Is
part
it-
of
that
the
this what this
site?
is?
We need a second motion, but we have a motion.
Go ahead, Joe, second.
He said.
No, we have a second.
He said.
All right.
He said a public hearing in his motion.
What did you say, public hearing? I'm
I
sorry.
did, yes.
I'm sorry.
Site review, site visit, and
Public hearing.
Okay, so we'll just need to schedule it.
need it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Design review process has been accepted. Shall we schedule a public hearing for next month, and if the applicant can't make it, we'll work with them?
Yeah, we could, for the June meeting,
Yeah.
And a site walk between now and then.
sidewalk.
If we can do a site walk between now and then, let's do it. Thank you for that suggestion.
Motion to,
I'm not going to talk about anything else. It's too late.
it's too late.
I'm going to adjourn the meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you.